Welcome to the June 23rd, 2020 Planning Commission. Like the past Planning Commission meetings, we are operating in a virtual environment. I would like to ask for patience as we use this platform for our public meetings. It's also my first time chairing, so I'm still getting the hang of it a little bit. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, presentations, and participants. If any participants have issues with the technology, please send a message to the moderator. For each item, staff will provide a presentation. At the conclusion of each item, Planning Commission members will ask questions. I would ask the commissioners to hold all questions until the conclusion of all presentations and any public comments. I would also ask each commissioner to be recognized by the chairperson before speaking. If you have any technical questions, please send a message to the moderator through the chat. We will begin our meeting with an opportunity for persons to address the Planning Commission and speak on any other matter that is not on our agenda. We do not have anyone signed up to speak, so we will move on to the consent agenda. The first order of business is a consent agenda and is a list of requests that can be acted upon in one motion instead of acting on each individual request. There are 3 items on the consent agenda today which appear to all satisfy timing requirements for delivery of the request to the Planning Commission. So to be clear, the Commission is not voting on the final disposition of these items and is simply deferring discussion to a future agenda. With that, I would ask for a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda. Commissioner Miller?
I move to approve the items on the consent agenda.
And a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lampman? Commissioner Miller has offered a motion. Commissioner Lampman has seconded the motion. I'll ask Chanitha for a roll call of members to record their individual votes. At the end of the roll call, I will announce the outcome of the vote.
Good morning. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
The motion to approve the consent agenda passes by a vote of 9-0. We will now begin the old business portion of the agenda. These are requests that have appeared on a previous Planning Commission agenda. So, item D1 is case number Z1719. This is a request to rezone approximately 3.3 acres of land from IX12 and DX12 to downtown mixed-use 40 stories shop front with a conditional use. This request was placed on the May 12th meeting to satisfy timing requirements. Today will be the first time the request is discussed. Matt Clem will present on behalf of city staff. We also have city staff and transportation planning available should there be questions.
Good morning, Planning Commission. This is Matt. Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, great. So this is a request to rezone just over 3 acres from IX12 and DX12 Urban General to DX40 with a shopfront frontage and conditions. The North Central CAC voted 7-10 in opposition to the request, and your deadline for action is August 10th. So that gives you this meeting and a special meeting on the 30th potentially to deliberate. So we'll look at the aerial. This is a drone, some drone footage looking south towards downtown. You can see the site highlighted in yellow. It has frontage on Capitol Boulevard and Peace Street. To the east of the site is a railroad corridor that restricts access on that end. You can also see that railroad has a overpass across Peace Street. Most of the development that you see is office or institutional uses. There's also nearby high-density residential development. The intersection at Peace and Capitol was recently improved as a part of the interchange and realignment of Capitol Boulevard across Peace Street. There's also, in the bottom part of the screen, there's a green shape there, and that is where a future 16-acre park will go. The city owns that property currently. It's used for vehicle storage by the city and others. And so we'll move on to some views along the street. So this is a view looking northbound on Capitol. That ramp, remember this photo later in the presentation, we'll talk about the traffic impacts specifically for this part of the intersection. You can see it's been recently improved with crosswalks and other pedestrian features, such as the refuge there on the right side of the screen. Next, we'll look east down Peace Street. You can see where there are bike lanes and the wide sidewalk on the south side of Peace Street adjacent to the property. Look at the next picture. Looks west down Peace Street, back towards where that park would be. Again, you can see the pedestrian features in the intersection and the bike lane coming up the hill. And finally, looking south on the exit ramp from Capitol Boulevard, and you can see the development site to the left. A summary of proposed conditions prohibit certain uses on the property, high-intensity uses and auto-oriented uses. The next two slides will show the requested entitlement changes. There are increases across the board, including a likely mix of uses here at the bottom row of this table. And the request is consistent with the future land use map designation of Central Business District. You can see it's surrounded on all sides by that district. The request is consistent with the urban form map, which shows the property in downtown in a core transit area. And the request is consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, the future land use map, and the urban form map. And then we have some policies that are consistent here and on the next slide. And then inconsistent policies have to deal with the traffic level of service, transportation impacts, and zoning infrastructure impacts that are a result of some traffic analysis that was provided to city staff by the applicants and their engineers. And so there's an outstanding issue of level of service F on the intersection of Peace Street and Capitol Boulevard and the northbound ramp, that first picture we looked at. And level of service F is below the city's policy of maintaining E on our intersections around the city. And I'm actually going to hand it over to Jason Myers. He's got a few slides to talk about the traffic analysis.
Hi, this is Jason Myers in the Department of Transportation. Can everybody hear me? Yeah, great, thank you. So there's a memo in your agenda packet that kind of gets into detail about four specific issues, or four categories of issues, I should say, that concern the Department of Transportation with respect to this pattern, or this case. One of them is the access patterns, the mitigations proposed by the applicant, the potential for there to be some trip generation strategies that are not discussed in this case. There's no conditions or no ways that this case constrains some of those things. And then an issue of how the city's code and policy in DX districts gets implemented. And so I will go through each of these things. If I can get the next slide, please. This is the same picture that Matt showed early with four little red arrows added to it to describe how site access to this site works. There are two potential access points, and they're both right in, right out. And those two access points both all drive traffic at some point during a round trip through the intersection of Peace and the northbound Capitol on-ramp. There is no way to get to Glenwood South without going at a left turn through there. There's no way to get to downtown on southbound Capitol Boulevard without going through a left turn down there. And so this site, because of its location between the railroad and the lack of permeability for the railroad and the Capitol Boulevard structure and right of way itself, is very limited towards needing and relying on one intersection to provide access to it. And that creates a situation of a little bit of a lack of resiliency and a concern about what happens there and what the impacts to surrounding developments and bike and pedestrian travel through the intersection might be. If I can have the next slide. The next issue is that some of the mitigations that were proposed in the traffic impact analysis provided by the applicant are not things that are consistent with our plan. The things that would prioritize vehicle flow more than is right now, and would potentially put pedestrians and cyclists in a more dangerous position, or at least a less convenient position. Some of those things may not be in fact feasible. At a traffic impact analysis, the level of detail that is done into geometric design of proposed changes is not usually very high. That is normal, so that doesn't concern us, but we can't quite see how some of these things would happen in a way that's consistent with our plan. One of those specifically is the addition of a additional right turn lane from westbound Peace and northbound Capitol. Right now, there's a bit of a slip lane there, or what's called a slip lane. It would be adding a dual right in there, and a dual right turn is something that concerns us for pedestrian safety in many cases. And now the next slide. There's a lot of different things about trip generation that could impact this site. It's not that the development of a large building on this site necessarily causes any of these traffic issues. It's the loading or unloading of a parking garage during a peak time that potentially causes some of these issues. So I want to make it very clear in everybody's mind to try to decouple the use of the building and the use of the floor area in that building, whether it's residential or office or retail or hotel or any of those things, from the parking itself. But given the city's parking requirements and what we understand about development economics and the way the case is constrained, we have to assume that there is a very large parking garage in this site at this point. So limiting the location or the amount of parking is something that could be done. Each individual use has a different peak characteristic, and that some uses have very peaked uses during the AM and PM peaks, and some have very consistent medium levels of traffic all day. Uses such as hotel have low peak hour trip generation, but a use like an office has most office occupants coming in a short period of time in the morning and leaving in a relatively short period of time in the afternoon, and that can cause a breakdown at that time, especially when there's limited points of access. And of course, there are many other strategies that I won't get into related to bike pedestrian access or other public infrastructure that could be constructed to help provide access to something. But this case does not have any conditions about any of these things. And the next slide. And then the last is something that's not necessarily specific to this case, but I want to be very clear about the implications of the policy of rezoning from IX to DX. While the comp plan does tell us this should be in the downtown district, the way that the infrastructure sufficiency standards in the UDO work is that there is effectively no application of those standards to the DS district. And in most of the DX district, all around the city, all around downtown, there is a pretty tight grid of streets that provides very resilient access in every direction. You can almost always get where you're going in two turns and be headed away from your site. As we talked about earlier, this is not the case on this site. I think there's been some comparisons to the nearby Z3 site, and on just a pure entitlement standpoint and location in the city, they are very similar. Z3 and Z17 are both DX40, and they're both right next to Capitol Boulevard. There's some difference in access, but Z3 had a condition that required a TIA to be submitted with a site plan and had specific thresholds for what mitigations might be triggered and what those mitigations might be, and the standards for which a site plan would be reviewed to. If there isn't a similar condition, there will be no requirement that any of this is studied in the future with a site plan, and it isn't really possible for city staff to administratively deny a site plan or make modifications to a site plan because of the infrastructure sufficiency standards not requiring mitigations for a DX district. Right now, there is a pretty significant entitlement in IX12 that might run into some of these issues that we're talking about, but because an IX12 district must demonstrate infrastructure sufficiency, that IX12 district doesn't have this feature of having a concern. And I think that is That is it, the conclusion of my slides, and I can answer questions about that. My colleagues, my manager, Eric Lamb, the Transportation Planning Manager, and my colleague, Bobby Crewman, engineer, who reviewed the TIA, are both on the line to help answer more technical questions.
Okay, Matt, did you have more of the presentation, or is that it?
Nope, that's it.
Okay.
We're ready for questions if you are.
Okay, great. I think that we were going to move forward and hear from the applicant, unless any other commissioners had any specific, like, more technical questions that they needed clarity on from Jason, I think. Somehow lost my... Does anyone have any questions? Okay, then we will hear from the applicant.
Good morning. This is Tom Johnson. I'm of the law firm of Williams Mullen here on behalf of the applicant, and I also have Travis Blewett with me from Kimley Horn to address the traffic questions that staff has raised, and we will get to Travis in a moment. I would like to potentially ask for some additional time so that I can have time to present and Travis can have adequate time to present his information with respect to traffic. I'm not sure that the regular 10 minutes will be sufficient, so I just wanted to say that up front, if you'd bear with us on that.
We actually have pretty strict time limits, so we would have to grant you an extension. Why don't we try to work within the 10 minutes, and if you need a little bit more for extra details, then we can handle it at the end of the 10 minutes.
And that will be great. I just wanted to mention that up front. I appreciate your time this morning. I'm here on behalf of Zimmer Development, who's the applicant. Zimmer Development is based in Wilmington, probably best known as being the owner of Reed's Jewelers, but is also heavily involved in real estate development projects around the country. One particular part of interest that really affects this site is Zimmer Development has been able to partner with CSX Railroad to develop some sites in various cities, such as Tallahassee, Florida, Richmond, Virginia, and of course at this site. And what that involved is Zimmer Development was able to acquire additional right-of-way, or some of the right-of-way of the railroad track that adjoins this site, to be able to incorporate into this development. But there were two additional things that are really some innovative things and some special things that Zimmer Development was able to work out with CSX for this site that address a lot of the mobility issues. One is Zimmer Development obtained a commitment or agreement from CSX to be able to construct a pedestrian crossing across the railroad track to this adjoining state government complex. And this can be a bridge over the railroad or under the railroad, whichever becomes more feasible. But Zimmer has that commitment as part of its agreement with CSX. The other thing that's extremely important with respect to this area is the trestle that goes over Peace Street. Zimmer Development was able to obtain a commitment to be able to add additional lighting and to potentially add artwork or something of interest to the trestle that crosses Peace Street to make that more pedestrian and bike friendly as part of this project. So those are two very significant things that were not mentioned in the staff report that I wanted to make you aware of. Some other things that Zimmer is willing to do, and these aren't conditions now, but they can be conditions as part of this, as part of our decision here today. One is Zimmer Development would very much like to have a BRT stop at this location and would be glad to work with the city to be able to allow that to happen. They think it would be a great location for such a site and would, again, help mobility. And the other thing is a bike share location. And Zimmer Development is again, very interested in that and is willing to condition approval here on having a bike share location here at this site. It was mentioned by staff that we weren't required as part of DX to do a traffic impact analysis, but we voluntarily went ahead and did a traffic impact analysis and engaged Kimley Horn to do that. Since the information that was presented today, there have been additional information with respect to the northbound Capitol ramp and Peace Street intersection that Kimley Horn has put together. The initial analysis was using old traffic counts that were many years old. Kimley Horn was able to get some traffic counts just before the pandemic that are current counts, and it shows that that intersection does not fail and functions within city standards. And also some other adjoining intersections that were studied as part of that traffic impact analysis function better than they did under our initial analysis. So, rather than having to do that at site plan, we've gone ahead and done the traffic impact analysis. But at this point, I want to turn it over to Travis Fluid of Kimley Horn so he can explain the analysis and his conclusions with respect to that. So Travis, I'll let you go ahead.
Great. Good morning, everyone. And Travis Flew, Kimley Horn, 421 Fayetteville Street in Raleigh, here on behalf of Zimmer Development. Just want to hit a couple of the things that Tom was alluding to. So our previous analysis submitted in September of last year was based on traffic forecasts that were prepared for the NCDOT interchange project there at Peace and Capitol. And the reason we did that was because we could not perform new traffic counts at the time because the interchange was still under construction. Several of the ramps were not open to traffic. And so new counts would not have represented a realistic condition. So we had to rely on those old forecasts, which, as we've now seen, were overestimating traffic on several movements. And that analysis was also based on a little bit lower build out. There was a little confusion about the actual acreage that was included, and we were using numbers that had initially been provided by city planning staff, but those did not include the entire parcel that was being rezoned. So if we go to the next slide, we have just submitted an update to that. It is less than 12 hours old. So unless Mr. Kroom had a severe case of insomnia last night, staff has not had a chance to review it. But as Tom mentioned, traffic counts were performed at 3 intersections, namely Peace at Wilmington Street, Peace at the Capitol northbound ramps, and Peace at Harrington as part of another project that we were also doing. But we took those counts, we balanced the other intersections in our study area with those counts. We grew those volumes up to the year 2025, and then we added traffic for the proposed zoning and then also the current zoning. The current zoning, as you see, allows for up to 826,000 square feet of office space, and the proposed zoning is actually not that much more at 897,000 square feet of office space. So if we go to the next slide, the rezoning really only adds about 50 more AM trips and about 60 more PM peak hour trips, which under normal conditions would not even warrant a traffic impact analysis at rezoning. However, staff has mentioned their concerns about the site access, so we've performed one. But with the new traffic counts and the updated analysis, all of the intersections operate at level service D or better. The city's threshold is E, so we're a letter grade better. And that's without any improvements to the roadway network. That's all existing laneage, existing signal timings, and only minimal increases in delay associated with the rezoning traffic, those additional 50 AM trips and 60 PM trips. Now, there are some queuing issues at a couple of the intersections with some of the existing laneage, and that's why we've recommended a couple of improvements. The dual right that Jason was mentioning from westbound Peace onto northbound Capitol, we've taken those out. That's no longer needed, so that's no longer an issue. But we are recommending some restriping on northbound Harrington Street at Peace Street. Today, that is dual lefts and one right from Harrington onto Peace. However, if you look at the existing traffic counts, the right turn volume is significantly heavier by a factor of like 3 to 1 or 4 to 1. Having dual lefts and a right really does not make sense. I understand there are pedestrian concerns with dual rights, but we do have that condition in other cases throughout the city. And the other improvement is restriping the northbound Capitol off-ramp. Today, it's a shared left through and an exclusive right. we're proposing to flip that to an exclusive left and a shared through right. And with those improvements, the intersections operate at level service C or better. So it's pretty significant improvement. But again, even without those, the intersections are all expected to operate at level service D or better. So really the traffic from the proposed rezoning, as shown in our analysis, is not going to be a significant detriment to the roadway network. And, this does represent a worst case condition. If other uses, like Jason said, a hotel or residential end up coming in, we expect the conditions to be even better. So not as bad as initially shown in our 2019 analysis. And there are ways that we've shown that can improve the situation and even better. So happy to answer any questions you have on that. Thank you.
And Travis is right. We had the analysis, or provided the analysis, for the northbound Capitol Boulevard ramp and P Street intersection with the updated actual figures. That was several weeks ago. We provided that to transportation staff. But it was as of yesterday that Travis did additional analysis at the request of transportation staff of the other intersections. And that wasn't provided until yesterday. So we do realize that they just got that. But as Travis said, all of those functions are all improved. Everything meets standards, even out to 2025. And those mitigations help, but even without the mitigations recommended by Kimley Horn, it still functions well. A couple of things I want to point out. The traffic flow, you can get to Glenwood South and downtown easily from this site. There's a right in, right out on Peace Street. And if you go down to Salisbury Street, you can go south, and then you can take a right and go toward Glenwood South or continue through downtown. So that does still occur. That doesn't change the traffic flow in that regard with respect to what we're proposing here. But we agree with staff. It's right in, right out at Johnson Street, which is a short street off that northbound Capitol Boulevard ramp, and right in, right out on Peace Street.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, and the only other thing I'd mention, our desire here, or Zimmer Development's desire from the beginning, is to provide a really gateway project for the city of Raleigh. This is an entrance into the city of Raleigh from northbound Capitol Boulevard, and they want a project that will create an impact. If they could get a large corporate user and have this is a corporate building, office building for a large national corporate user, that would be their preference. But they're certainly open to any other mixes as those come forward. But the thing is, Zimmer can't go out and market it without having the zoning approval. So that's why we're here today, going ahead and getting, in place to get that approval.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah.
And I guess just a note that I think because the traffic engineer, I thought he was going to come at the end. I was planning on using the 2 minutes of speaking for the project. So I let Mr. Johnson go a little bit further.
So do I have any time left, or have I used that up?
You've used it up. Okay. Yeah.
And we're happy, to answer questions. Travis can answer questions. I'm happy to answer questions. I do have some additional conditions I would propose when the time's appropriate based upon our discussion here, but I can share those whenever.
Yes, sir. We will have a conversation amongst ourselves, and then I'm sure that we'll have some questions for you. Cool. Thank you. So now I'd like to open it up to fellow commissioners. Does anyone have any questions at all right now? I'll recognize you to speak. I know I definitely have a few, but I wanted to open it up to the floor. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you, Chair Tomasulo. I appreciate the work the developer has done in coordinating with the railroad. And having been involved in a number of transportation projects myself, I know that can be challenging. So I'd like to commend that work. My concern is with the traffic. I guess all of the city's concerns have been expressed already. So some additional analysis was submitted yesterday that the city hasn't had a chance to review, which means we haven't had a chance to see it. So I would be really uncomfortable making a recommendation without seeing the additional analysis, because what we have says that intersection is going to function at level service F. And what Kinley Horn is saying is that they got it down to D. So I would just like to have the city's review of that before I make a recommendation.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Winters?
Okay. My question is, in reading, if you said that there were properties that were owned by NCDOT as well as AME Empowerment. Have you had conversations with those businesses about this rezoning that you've requested and how that would tie in with them?
Hey, this is Matthew. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have not had any direct conversations with those property owners. If it's helpful, we can look at where they are on the map. But if you remember kind of the shape of the zoning site, it's got the main bulk of the property, and then there's that little tail that goes along the railroad. And so the properties that you're mentioning, Commissioner Winters, are kind of intermittent to those two parts of the site. We do our outreach and send mail notice to properties within 500 feet. They receive notice to the first Planning Commission meeting, to the neighborhood meetings early in the project. You can see on the screen here where those red arrows are the locations of those properties. I have personally not had any conversations with those property owners or their representatives.
Okay. I just want, and thank you, Matt, for that. And just looking at that and what the impact could be, I'm just concerned that they at least have knowledge, they can express some concerns when they're looking at it. And if I can go further, what I'm also concerned is about an issue we had before, where there was a property owner that didn't really have a yes or no, and like they didn't necessarily care one way or another, but there was an impact to their traffic flow. And I just want to make sure, I think it was Rock Quarry Road, it was a church, and it was going to empty right into their traffic flow, and then they weren't a part of the conversation and then trying to catch up as to how to best utilize that flow. So wanting to make sure that this property is on, since we're going to possibly go back and look at it again, that they have that opportunity as well.
If I may speak to that just briefly, there have been ongoing discussions with these property owners and discussions about the potential of buying those properties. So they're well aware of the development and what's going on. We had a neighborhood meeting. These property owners were notified. They did not show up to the neighborhood meeting. Obviously, we've had the CAC meeting in this process, and they did not show up for that. But they're well aware of what's going on. There's a short portion of Johnson Street that's on that side of the ramp, as you would see from the map. They would still have access via Johnson Street, just like they have now. So that's not going to change their access. That's going to be a street that will continue to exist. So they're well aware of what's going on. There's no, they're well aware of, had plenty of opportunity to comment.
Mr. Chair, this is Eric Lamb with the city's transportation department. You referenced the parcels that are south of that part of Johnson Street. The parcels that are owned by DOT were actually purchased using City of Raleigh money as part of the larger Capitol Boulevard project. We were in a partnership with NCDOT on these bridge replacements. And because NCDOT utilized the part of the plans that the city developed relative to the Capitol Boulevard corridor plan, we had to pay some extra funds into the project. And part of that design with the ramp for Capitol Boulevard resulted in the loss of access for some of those parcels. So we're working with NCDOT right now upon the completion of the project to transfer title of those properties to the city of Raleigh. So we'll have control of those and can have some control over what goes on with those parcels.
Okay, thank you, Eric. Do any other commissioners have any questions or comments? Commissioner Lampman?
I have a question about the railroad commitment. You were mentioning various aspects, a bridge or, pedestrian bridge. Has other side of the railroad, have any of the property owners over there been receptive or are encouraging a pedestrian path onto that will kind of flow into their
Yes,
thoughts?
there've already been discussions with the North Carolina State Property Office. It's property owned by the state of North Carolina. We've already had preliminary discussions about potential locations for that crossing. So the state is receptive to that. It's just a matter of getting the details worked out so far as location.
Okay. And one more question. I'm looking at the existing versus proposed zoning. What is the absolute intent of the developer on this site? Is it solely office, or is it the mix that's available here?
The initial goal is office. As I said earlier in my presentation, they would like to see a large corporate user, national user, take the be able to take the whole building. That's the initial proposal. Obviously, other things are on the table moving forward, but we need to have the zoning in order to be able to market the property and see what comes forward. But that's the initial.
So 100%.
The initial thoughts of the developer. So.
Okay, 100% office. Okay, thanks.
Well, there would be retail on the first floor. As part of shop front, the intent would be retail on the first floor.
Okay.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to support Commissioner Winter's concern about communication with adjacent neighbors during this proposal process. It sounds, if I'm understanding correctly, it sounds like mailers announcing meetings were mailed out, but it didn't sound like there were actually phone calls or any sort of direct communication. And I'd just like to remind the other commissioners that we've seen on other projects in other parts of town, for example, on Oakland Road, where a retirement community was going in, that they made an effort to communicate with the existing adjacent grade school. And I think, in this case, there's a church next door, and it would be nice to have, some communication during this process directly with people who are going to be affected.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this moment? So it sounds like we have a bunch of questions around both contact with the neighbors and traffic impacts, as well as conditions that would help set expectations, I think both for the city and for folks who are already here with regards to traffic and access. And so I guess this is a question to Jason. I don't know if you've had a chance to skim over some of the updated numbers and things. Is there a possibility where you think that that the applicant, if willing, could add some conditions that could help this more gracefully kind of work its way into this part of the city with regards to traffic?
This is Jason. Commissioner Tomasula, I'm not sure I understood exactly the question. If you're asking if it's possible for them to offer conditions, or if it was a question of timing.
Sorry. Well, one, there's a new study. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at it. And does that help alleviate any concerns? I guess that's the first question. And the second is, are there conditions that they could add that could help alleviate the concerns that you've shared with us today?
Yes, okay, I understand. I think the short conclusion is we have not had a chance to look at that. Bobby was able to just skim it enough to give me a heads up that they might talk about this analysis. We have not reviewed it. It has not followed our normal procedures for scoping these studies. It does not include, for instance, presumed development of Seaboard Station that's in permitting right now as additional traffic loading in the area, even though it relies on counts that developer took to do their traffic impact. So there are potentially issues on a technical basis with the conclusions or the methods. It is, I think it's absolutely the case that this is more information that's a little bit more up to date than what we were operating on before. So in that respect, I think we agree very much with Mr. Fluitt and the applicant that that we're getting a clearer picture, but staff hasn't had a chance to be able to look at how much, what the implications of that clearer picture are exactly, and whether or not there may be some missing information in that analysis. I'm not sure about how long it would take us to be able to turn around some amount of review for that, and whether there may need to be an extension to allow us to do that. I'm going to defer to Matt and my colleague, Mr. Krum, to answer those questions. The other thing you mentioned was conditions, and yes, I think there absolutely is some ability to issue conditions that would alleviate the concerns. Some of the ones that were mentioned could be beneficial. I want to point out that at this point, none of those things have been offered as conditions, and I'm not sure that in the way they've been described, they've been tied to build out or trip generation in any way that would make sure that we don't have a 40-story office tower with a large parking garage before we get some of those infrastructure improvements, such as a bike share station and bikes, or a pedestrian crossing of the railroad. All those things would be beneficial. And of course, conditions related to mix or the amount of parking and things like that would also be potentially beneficial, and those were not mentioned. So I think that answers your question as best as I can, but I'll turn it over to Matt to talk about timing, and maybe Bobby Krum to talk a little bit about how long a turnaround of analysis at some level would take.
Hey, thanks, Jason. This is Matt. I'll just point out real quick. So the UDO requires that revised zoning conditions be submitted to staff at least 10 days before the next public meeting where they're to be reviewed by the Planning Commission or City Council. And so the next meeting of the Planning Commission and the last meeting for the Planning Commission to review the case is 7 days from now. So new zoning conditions, we would not be able to accept them for your review in 1 week's time. So we're running against kind of the UDO's timing deadline for that to have occurred.
Okay, thank you both for clarification. Commissioner O'Haver?
Thanks. Matt, I thought you had mentioned at the beginning of the meeting our deadline was August 10th. I thought you said we had 2 meetings.
Yep, that's correct. So
deadline.
You've got a meeting today, and you've got a meeting a week from now, the special meeting. August 10th is, looks like the second Monday in August. So there's not a regularly scheduled Planning Commission meeting in that time frame. And the potential for another special meeting to be scheduled and held between now and then would be at the discretion of the Planning Commission. The next meeting next week is a special meeting of that nature, but typically that's not done. But the 2 meetings that we know are on schedule are today's meeting, and then a week from today you have a special meeting.
Yeah, okay, thank you. That makes sense. I mean, I'd just like to state generally I'm in support of this. Obviously, I agree with the comments that have been made. Travis did a lot of work on the TIA with some new information. I think certainly staff needs to have the time to review that. I do think there should be an expectation, if there's an ability to condition some of those mitigation improvements that Travis mentioned, that would be my expectation to assist. But generally, I'm in favor of this. It's consistent, if not here where it's at the edge of town. I think it's a great opportunity with some cool stuff with the railroad. But I do agree that we really need to give staff time to review the new information.
Commissioner Miller?
I agree with Commissioner O'Haver's comments, and I wanted to ask staff, I know that the UDO requires the revised zoning conditions be submitted 10 days beforehand, but what about with respect to just reviewing this new additional data and analyzing it? Does staff think that they might be able to do that before next week's meeting?
I will let Bobby Krum answer that. Typically, these types of revisions and back and forth with new traffic information is all done prior to Planning Commission's review. What happened in this situation was we brought under advisement of the Attorney's Office and Council, we brought this case forward outside of that normal TIA requirement, we're instructed to do so. And so now we're in a position where typically the TIA and the traffic information will have all been clarified and agreed upon between the applicant's engineers and the city's engineers before this has even started. So it's kind of outside of our normal process to be reviewing new TIA and new traffic impact submittals while the process is happening. And, you know, these lengthy technical documents, we usually have about a 1 month turnaround time for them because of their just the complicated nature of like the engineering analysis that goes into it. And there's lots of back and forth about methodology and what the impacts are and scoping and figuring out what exactly could happen in the future. And so getting a complete review of that in a week's time, I think is would be a challenge, but I'll let Bobby add anything to that if he would like.
Is Bobby on with us, or?
Absolutely. I think he gave a great overview of it. The review could be wrapped up fairly quickly, and by quickly, I mean a couple weeks, 2-3 weeks. However, that doesn't really anticipate any back and forth between me and Mr. Fluid about making sure our assumptions for the analysis are agreed upon. So I think that's where a lot of that time that needs to be built into the process needs to happen.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lampman? You have to turn your speaker on.
This question might be for Ken or Travis. When do we get back? When is official planning able to meet again?
I believe that date was August 10th.
Okay, so we wouldn't be able to have like a special on August 4th or anything like that? Just to ask.
That's really up to the chair and the members, and if you wish to have a special meeting on August 4th.
I just thought I'd ask. That gives about 6 weeks of review time. I think also, though, COVID might have a bit of an issue with any traffic studies. I had one other question for Jason. Maybe, you know, the applicant did offer a BRT station nearby. Is there a bus route that runs this way?
So the existing transit system has, I think, I'm going by memory, 3 different routes that operate on P Street. The R line operates on P Street. The number 12 goes between Cameron Village and the Method community in downtown using Peace in Salisbury and Wilmington. And the number 2 headed outbound to Wake Forest and Falls of Noosa Road traverses P Street westbound before it gets onto Capitol Boulevard. On the inbound direction, it uses a different path to come into downtown. Those are the 3 existing transit routes. The BRT corridor, the BRT North corridor, which has not started any project development or detailed planning, may be on Capitol Boulevard. It may be on West Street, a little bit further away. And the FTA process that the city of Raleigh and Go Raleigh is following to develop these BRT projects doesn't really allow for a developer to put in a condition that would build the BRT station. There may be ways that they could use a condition to provide some connecting infrastructure or easements or things. But at this point, it's very difficult for us to be able to know whether those will align with what is planned for that BRT corridor, because we don't know what that infrastructure might look like. Of the 4 corridors, this is the one that is last in line, behind New Bern first, then Western and the South corridor, and then project development will start a little bit further out for the North corridor. So it'll be a ways before we can really say anything about BRT in this area.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jason. I did have one question, Jason, was, you know, I generally support this as well, but do realize that there are some details that obviously have a big impact on a growing part of our city. And you mentioned, either you or Matt mentioned a condition for the zoning across Capitol for the other 40-story tower. And I was just curious if that condition would help alleviate some of this uncertainty or not.
I'm not going to, not addressing the exact specific wording of that condition, one, because I don't have it in front of me, and two, because it may have been imperfect on its own. What it allowed in theory was to study the details of the of traffic flow relative to an actual site plan, knowing how many parking spaces and what the use of a building would be, and address those concerns at that time, rather than looking at a potential entitlement at this point. And basically recreates a part of the UDO that DS districts are not held to, or at least does that in a proxy sort of way. So if this were rezoned without a condition like that, there would be no traffic analysis regardless of the build out at a site plan, and no ability for city staff to review an analysis or limit the build out or modify the requirement based on infrastructure sufficiency. And a condition like that reinstated that sort of process, I think, would be very beneficial. It would help provide some certainty of actually studying a site and not an entitlement, which is one thing that we only study entitlements at zoning cases.
Right. So what was done on the site across Capitol Boulevard was that there's in section 8.2 of the UDO contains the requirements to study traffic impacts of site plans of a certain size, but it contains this exemption for the DX district. The condition simply said we will not take advantage of that exemption. We will do a traffic study and propose mitigation consistent with Article 8.2 of the UDO, regardless of the fact that we're in DX. And the reason why this is something that is reasonable to be considered is that the property is not entirely in DX today. It's in partially in IX. So by putting it in DX, you're extending this exemption to some place where it's not currently mapped.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thank you. I just want to add to my support of Commissioner Winter's concern, and I'd like to request that the neighbors be considered and contacted. And I'd like to, this is in the context of our national conversation right now on equity in our society. And I just want to underline that we're talking about a small Black church, and that the map we see is going to be potentially a large corporate campus with a little carve out of the existing Black church. And it's not clear to me. I mean, I want to know that we're conscious of this, and I want to know that that existing church is respected and their concerns are addressed. And I guess I'm also curious, why not just buy that property to have a large block to work with rather than having this very strange shape? And I mean, I guess that's probably beyond what we're allowed to ask, but it disturbs me that it sounds like the only contact that's been made has been a mailing.
Can I speak to that? This is Tom Johnson.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
There have been multiple conversations with both of those adjoining property owners between Zimmer Development and those property owners, including discussions about the potential of purchasing those properties. So it's not just been mailed notices, it has been actual conversations. So that has happened.
Okay. Commissioner Fox.
So a question for the applicant. Is it the intent of the applicant to offer new conditions?
Yes, it is. I've got several that I'm willing to offer. I understand the 10-day limit, and I do appreciate that, but I wanted to hear some comments from staff to, hear what staff had to say, planning commissioners had to say before we did that. But I do have several that I'm willing to offer.
Okay, in light of that, and in light of the 10-day review that's required, I do want to make a motion to extend the deadline for this particular case. The deadline for review is August 10th, and our next meeting is August 11th. That would give the applicant time to have further discussions with the church if that is warranted. It would give staff time to review any of the transportation analysis that's been submitted, but also give the applicant time to submit conditions and have appropriate staff review.
Do we have a second? Commissioner, I know Commissioner Winters, you wanted to say something, so I missed you. Commissioner Miller?
I'll second that motion, and I'd also like to hear from Commissioner Winters as well.
Commissioner Winters?
If we're in the process of a motion, well, I'll just say, so listening to the applicant, I appreciate what they're saying in terms of the conversation being about purchasing, but there's a secondary conversation if the property doesn't want to sell. I think conditions should still be considered and discussed in the event that the properties do not want to sell because it's their right not to. So I just wanted to make sure that we're including that as we're having the conversation and that is not glossed over.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fox, would you clarify in your motion what the extended deadline would be, by how many days? We typically see 60 or 90 days. I'm not sure that entire time frame is warranted, but I think you should clarify in your motion what you intend.
Thank you. I believe a 60-day would cover it. Can you please check my math for me? I'm not looking at a calendar.
Yeah, I think that would work.
If I may, can I make a comment or?
Go ahead.
We'd prefer to say we set it on August 11th. I don't know if that's allowed or not, but keep in mind this application was filed in February 2019. So it's been pending a while. And I do want this to have the focus that it needs. We waited for a long time in negotiations and discussions with city staff, and it took a long time to get to where we are. I don't want it to bog down more. I don't want us to say 60 days and then staff's going to take the full 60 days to review. That's why I'd rather have a deadline of August 11 if we can. And I'm not meaning to be difficult, but this has been pending a very long time.
If I may, Chair, I think you can make an extension, a request for an extension to the City Council of 60 days and refer, if it's approved by them, refer the case back to the August 11th meeting, which is a regularly scheduled meeting. What happens is if you extend it for 1 day, for example, and then the result of the August 11th commission meeting is we'd like to see some conditions that haven't been offered yet, well, then you have to go back and ask the City Council for another extension. And so the 60-day extension doesn't have to be used, but procedurally, it makes more sense to give yourself a little slop in the timeline.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate that. Just as long as we just like a commitment from the commission to go ahead and be able to act on this. I do understand the flexibility, the procedural part of that, and I appreciate you mentioning that, Matt. Thank you.
Commissioner Bennett?
I was going to say that, I appreciate that the applicant has been waiting for a while and did this some time ago. But then that raises the question of why was the revised traffic just submitted yesterday? So I appreciate that they would like for us to move, but I can't move forward in good conscience without complete, thoroughly reviewed information. The traffic impact seems significant here. And if the city hasn't reviewed it, or if they've reviewed it and they're uncomfortable with it, then I need to know that. This is close to the downtown area. I'm hearing there could be some adverse impacts to pedestrians, which we have been saying we were prioritizing for the downtown area, yet the conditions being offered seem to be prioritizing automobile traffic. So I just want to be able to see it all. So, I appreciate that we don't want to force the applicant to have to wait an unreasonable amount of time, but I don't want to be asked to make a decision quickly either if I haven't had a chance to review the information. So if I have a chance to review the information after the city has had a chance to thoroughly assess the information, then I can make a decision that I believe would be fair to the applicant and to the community. But I can't commit to doing that until I've seen it.
Thank you. One more comment, Commissioner Miller.
Yes, I just wanted to add to this. I wanted to recognize from the applicant's perspective as well that the requested rezoning is for a DX district, which does not require a traffic impact analysis. And so I understand that in the history of this case, a significant portion of that delay was because even though a traffic analysis was not required, some members wanted it. So the applicant has gone above and beyond what is required in terms of providing that. And typically the reason, and staff could correct me if I'm wrong, but the reason that there is not a impact analysis, traffic analysis in DX districts is because of the fact that almost all intersections and that kind of thing typically fail that type of analysis. So while this is sort of a critical intersection and it's not exactly the same as some of the other downtown districts, you know, it's been sort of they weren't required to provide this, but then once they do, we certainly want to dig into the information, but just sort of keeping in mind that this is something that the applicant is offering beyond what is required of this district in general. And now that we have information, of course, we're going to look at it and we want to understand, but understanding that I just wanted to keep in mind that for a DX district, the reason why these things aren't typically included is because they're expected to fail to a large extent. But this is obviously a big critical intersection for a large artery that goes to a large artery downtown. So just trying to keep in mind sort of that balancing as we review the additional information provided related to traffic.
All right. This is Ken Bowers. Just to clarify, the exemption in the UDO is for site plans, not rezonings, and it applies within the DX district as it exists, not a prospective expansion thereof. So the traffic impact analysis that was provided here was something that staff did require of this development because of the change in what was being proposed in terms of build out. So I just wanted to clarify that. If it is zone DX and there is no condition, then they will be exempt from providing any traffic analysis at the time of a development plan submittal.
Okay. So I was mistaken. So it actually would be required for a rezoning to DX from the IX district?
Yes, depending on the nature of the rezoning and the impacts, it can be. The section that gives the exemption in the UDO is aimed at development plans and not the rezoning process.
This is Jason Myers. I would like to add one other thing, is that it's the reason we don't generally require mitigations in the DX is because the methodology and the system doesn't really follow very well with the way that most traffic impact analysis are very much a suburban construct and rely on a vehicle focused system that is not really the conditions we have downtown. It is not true to say that most of our intersections would fail. For the most part, traffic, even during peak hours in downtown Raleigh, flows very well. I couldn't tell you an exact level of service, but I believe it's maybe a C in most cases, maybe D when it seems worse, seems bad, or is a particularly peak of the peak sort of time. But it's not accurate to say that most of our downtown is congested at a way that would appear to fail in those analyses.
Okay, thank you. I'm trying to bring this back to the table. General Haver, I guess one final quick comment.
Well, I was just going to say I wanted to push it back there. So that was going to be my comment, but I did want to say in regards to the timing to the applicant and to the traffic engineer, when they come back, pictures speak 1,000 words, and that might help as we're talking about pedestrian safety and mitigation. If we want to keep this thing moving forward at a quicker pace, I would just maybe suggest that there are some additional graphics as they come back, but I would like to move on the vote.
All right, thank you. All right, so now seeing that we have a motion for an extension, and I guess I'll just kind of give an overview that it does sound like there's a lot of technical information. It sounds like there were a lot of questions in analyzing this. We've had some clarification on exactly what is and not required through this process. And I do agree about some of the communication, some of the delay in response for whatever reason. It is fair for us, both to the applicant and to the community, that we have all the information necessary to make concerted decisions, as Commissioner Bennett said. So there was a motion for a 60-day extension. We have a second. We will go through and have Janitha call roll.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox,
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman,
Aye.
Commissioner Mann,
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh,
Aye.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver,
Aye.
Chair Tomasillo,
Aye.
and Commissioner Winters.
Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone. The motion passes 9-0. And I guess before I move forward, Mr. Johnson, thank you for your presentation and discussion today. It does sound like that there are conditions that we want to see that help better set expectations, and that there is more conversation between you all and the staff that has to be taking place for us to move forward with this. We do appreciate your patience and making sure that we do this fairly and correctly.
No, thank you very much, and thank you for everyone's consideration. We will get our proposed conditions out as soon as possible so that staff has plenty of time to review them. And I really do appreciate the input. It's been very helpful to us today. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right. Moving to the next project, item D2, case number Z4719. This is a request to rezone approximately 26 acres of land from R4 to residential mixed use 5 stories with conditional use. This request was placed on the May 12th meeting to satisfy timing requirements. Today will be the first time the request is discussed. There are a number of persons signed up to speak on this request. I would remind the speakers that there are 10 minutes allotted to those in support and 10 minutes for those opposed. And we do have members of the public and of the team signed up to speak. Jason Harden will present on behalf of city staff. Take it away, Jason.
Thanks. Good morning. Is everyone able to hear me? All right. So this is a request to rezone a little bit more than 26 acres on Raleigh Road. It's currently zoned R4, and you can see the zoning map there to the right, R4 also to the north and east and west, R6 to the south. The zoning and land uses do become a little bit more varied along that corridor to the north and south, and I'll go through that in a subsequent slide. The future land use map does not have a specific designation. I'll touch on that later as well. It's consistent overall with the comprehensive plan, but there are some policies with which it is not consistent, and I'll elaborate on each of those. The Northwest CAC recommended denial of this. It was a 0 to 50 vote, 50 opposed to the rezoning. And the Planning Commission deadline, similar to the previous request that you saw, August the 10th. So there is today and there is next week. And beyond that, it would require an extension. Next slide, please. So this is an overview, a broader overview of the area. You can see the site there in the center and the quarry, pretty significant feature and has relevance to the rezoning request as well. On the other side of Raleigh Road, a couple of larger nodes at each end of Raleigh at the intersection with Glenwood, and then south at Edwards Mill Road near Rex Hospital. And then along the corridor, a little bit of a mixed, a fair amount of multifamily housing fronting it with lower density housing behind, and then more of a mix of uses at those two nodes at each end. Next slide, please. Zooming in a little bit, and this gives you a better look at that quarry, and the site is owned by the quarry currently. So to the south, there is a rest home, and then you can start to see a little bit of that pattern, and it's not completely consistent along that corridor, but in many cases where there are detached houses further back behind apartments or townhouses that are fronting along the corridor itself. Next slide. These are a couple of views of the site. It's currently undeveloped and wooded. So the one on the top right is looking north. That is the retirement community rest home that I mentioned in the foreground at that top right image, and then a couple of pictures, and you can see also the grade of Durley Road coming down as it approaches the Crabtree on those lower two photos. Next slide, please. Several conditions, and I'm going to talk through these, but I also have some slides that illustrate a couple of them. So I'll walk through them first, and then we'll look at the slides, which I think will help conveying the intent of some of these. But uses here, although the request is for residential mixed use with 5 stories, which potentially would allow some commercial uses. In this case, uses are limited to residential. Building types are limited only to townhouses and apartment building types. There's a limitation on residential density to 14 units per acre, and some conditions that have to do with transitions to adjacent properties. So one is that apartment buildings would not be within 150 feet of the southern and eastern property lines, basically the non-Durley Road edges of this parcel. And I've got a map that shows that. Also a limitation on height, and it specifies that buildings, although the request is for 5 stories, limiting height to 68 feet in feet, and in terms of stories, either 4 stories or what they've described as a 4-4 split, which means that while there would be 5 floors in total, that on either end, on the uphill side or the downhill side, there would only be 4 stories. And again, that's a little bit easier to visualize with the graphic, which I'll show in just a second. Next slide, please. Last 2 conditions. One is specifying that there would be a landscape yard with an average width of at least 50 feet, again, along those property lines that border the adjacent residential communities. And an easement from the property to property it borders that is owned by the City of Oaks Foundation. So next slide, and I'll illustrate a couple of those. So this is showing those transitional conditions. So the blue is that 50 feet average landscaped area along the property line. So that also means obviously that no housing units could be within 50 feet of that line. And then the green, the somewhat wider green, is the 150 feet where an apartment building could not be placed, that townhouses could go within that green, but not apartments. And so this is the just a very generalized, this is not specific to this particular request, generalized illustration of that 4-4 split concept. So you can see a sloping site and 4 stories on the uphill side, and then 4 stories on that lower side. This shows the split is occurring directly in the middle, but there is not any condition language that specifies exactly where that split would take place or what percentage might be on the uphill side or the downhill side. So next slide, please. And this is the last illustration. Another important feature of the site is that the Crabtree Greenway is currently nearby and will be extended just to the north, or actually through the site on the northern end of it, and across Durley, actually under it, and then continuing on to Umstead Park. And that is where the condition about the City of Oaks property comes in. It's labeled there on that slide. So it states that there would be some, at least pedestrian easement to that property. I'll talk about policy consistency a little bit later, but staff's assessment was that did not go far enough to obtain consistency with policy that says that there needs to be pedestrian connections to greenways from the site itself. So next slide. This is a comparison, a little bit more numerical, of existing versus the proposed zoning. So again, R4, that's 4 units to the acre. What's proposed is RX, 5 stories with the conditions that I talked about. And again, that 5 stories would be limited by the 4-story or 4-4 split condition. So existing zoning, 4 units per acre, proposed limited to 14 units per acre. A maximum number of units would be 105. Although with a site that large, there is a different option for conservation development which provides that if some of the land is set aside, it allows a higher density on the remainder. So potentially could achieve a few more units. With the rezoning, 369 units would be possible. In terms of setbacks, they're a little bit less under the existing zoning than the proposed zoning. So 20 feet on the front, and then the south 10, and east 30, and again, potentially a little bit less in that conservation development option. The proposed front setback would be between 10 and 55, and then 50 on the south and east lot lines. So I mentioned that the future land use map didn't have a specific designation. In fact, it's called a special study area. You may ask yourself, what does that mean in practice? So in this case, that special study area designation, and there's only a handful across the city, has to do with the fact that it's a quarry, and there's a few other places where that's the case. And essentially what it says is that the future land use hasn't been determined. It's a large site, and there should be some kind of focused planning process to determine the ideal or reasonable land use for that area. That hasn't happened to some extent. A rezoning process includes some of the same elements of that kind of process, but it is not a complete special study. So next slide, please. This is a little bit more of a broader view of the future land use map. And you can see the outlined area with no color, that's the special study area owned by the quarry. And then to the north, much more of a mix of future land uses, office and residential mixed use, allows some higher density residential and commercial uses. And then to the south, a mix of low density residential and moderate density residential, and then low density to the east and to the west. So urban form has to do with in places where walkability is a really important concern, and thinking about how buildings meet the street. This is not a place where the urban form map has any particular designation, so there's no consistency or inconsistency there. So the consistent policies, some of these are pretty self-evident. A few of them I'll provide a little bit more information. So compact development, just the idea that it's a bit more compact, more units to the acre. Density transitions, that has to do with a policy that says where there are more intense uses, a quarry, for instance, that low to medium density residential is a good transition, or even office uses between that more intense use and lower density residential. So this is consistent with the intent of that policy. Housing variety, the idea that accommodating new growth with a greater variety of housing types is an important consideration. Infill development, so obviously having to do with vacant land within the city, and the idea that it not create a sharp change in the development pattern. So in this case, the general pattern of those multi-family developments along Durley itself, and then lower density further off the corridor, although it should be noted that most of those multifamily are 3-story along the corridor. This would be somewhat higher, 4-story or 4-4 split. And then zoning for housing, the idea that with affordability being a concern, allowing more housing supply is a pretty critical element of city policy. So there are also some inconsistent policies. 5.6 has to do with buffering or transition requirements between areas of lower intensity, which you have here, and new development. And there are some provisions which I talked through about how that's accomplished. However, one maybe aggravating factor, or at least one that causes that to be a little bit more of a focus, is that grade on the site. So it slopes down to the north. It also slopes very significantly from Durley Road down to the east. So anything on the site is going to be higher up than those adjacent neighborhoods to the east. So this suggests that some additional work on those transitions is warranted in this case. And there's lots of different options for doing that, but that what's currently provided doesn't quite meet the intent of that policy. The Planning process for large sites, that's the idea again, that a special study is designated here. If this were proposed for the entirety of that special study area, I think that clearly makes this an extremely inconsistent request with the comprehensive plan, given that this is a portion, about 10% of that overall property, and it's separated from the actual active quarry by Durley Road. Perhaps less of an issue, but still clearly an inconsistent policy. And then lastly, the greenway-oriented development. And that's the idea that development next to a significant investment in a greenway ought to connect to it. What's been provided in the condition is indirect, and there's no guarantee there would ever be a connection on that City of Oaks property. An obvious way to make that connection more realistic is to specify that it would happen on this property. That would be more consistent with that policy. So consistent overall, although there are some policy inconsistencies, no future land use map designation, no urban form designation. Next slide. If this is approved, it would amend that future land use map. It would establish that development pattern. In terms of the category, it would be some residential category because no commercial would be permitted by this rezoning. In terms of density, it fits the next level up from low density residential, which is called moderate density residential, envisions 6 to 14 units per acre, which this is consistent with at that top end at 14 units per acre. But that category also envisions height of only up to 3 stories. Going beyond that height, which this would allow, is more closely aligned with medium density. So that's one more step up from moderate. So that would be the closest land use category for the amendment if this is approved. And no other outstanding issues. And again, just a reminder that the deadline is August the 10th. So that leaves, again, today's meeting or next week's to either act or request an extension. And we have staff here that's happy to answer questions if the commission has some.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. Now we will hear from the applicant. Jamie Schwedler will present on behalf of the applicant. As a reminder, the applicant and all of those in support have 10 minutes to speak. Jamie?
Thank you, Commissioner Tomasulo. I would like to note that most of our team has signed up to provide questions only. So I'd like to take that 10 minutes and just reserve any of their time for questions from the commission to the extent there are questions. Good morning, members of the commission. Jamie Schrader with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant to explain this request. We do have a PowerPoint that we submitted, if that could be raised on the screen. As Jason noted, this request, thank you, is from R4 and R6 to RX5CU, amending the future land use map to moderate density residential to allow for townhome and multifamily development. Go to the next slide, please. As you'll see, this process started almost a year ago. We held an pre-application meeting in August and our first neighborhood meeting in August of 2019. We had robust attendance, and so we held a voluntary second neighborhood meeting in October and made revisions to the application between those two neighborhood meetings, and then submitted in November of 2019. Then had our first CAC meeting in January. And you'll see in the progression in these slides of how we changed the conditions to meet some of those discussions and requests from the neighbors that dramatically impacted the request and we believe satisfied several of the key concerns raised. The Planning Commission itself deferred us in January, and immediately after that, the CAC change was implemented at the council, but we did decide to move forward and present to the CAC in March when I think we received the very last CAC vote in the city under that policy before it changed. With respect to the votes and rezoning. And so we had another robust discussion there and resulted in 4 public neighborhood meetings to receive input and requests. Next slide, please. This shows the vicinity of the property, and I've highlighted the Oak Park, Laurel Hills, and Timberhurst, Laurel Brook neighborhoods because those are the most active in attending the meetings and providing input throughout the way that we've reacted to. Next slide. As Jason mentioned, this is a special study area. At the very first pre-application meeting, we noted that asked the city whether they would pursue a special study area kind of alongside of what we were requesting, or whether we should just pursue the zoning and future land use amendment ourselves. And the feedback at that meeting back in August of 2019 was to proceed on our own, that there was no current plan for the city to initiate its own change to the special study area. So that's what we've done. With respect to the moderate versus medium, we went with the moderate density residential category because it did have that 14 units per acre cap and density, and we felt, based on the neighbors' concerns, limiting ourselves to density that aligned with what we wanted to do was more appropriate than going into the next higher cap. That said, it's up to the city and the commission's preference. It really, either designation will allow the development to proceed. Next slide. This shows the densities along the Raleigh Road corridor, and Jason did a good job of describing how we really fit in well with the character and the nature along that corridor. What you'll see is our 14 units per acre, which was added as a voluntary condition based on neighbor feedback, fits within this realm of 10 units per acre to 24 units per acre for the existing multifamily product that you see along the corridor. Those areas in yellow are the 10 units per acre. It goes up a little higher to the 14 units per acre in green, and then the highest density is shown in blue. And what you'll see is that we're right in the middle to low end of those densities of the existing multifamily along that corridor. Next slide. It shows the topography on the site, and you'll see this is oriented where the north is to the right, or to the left of the screen, excuse me. Crabtree Creek is down where that 230 elevation is to the north, and there's a 360 elevation to the right of your screen. It shows 130 feet of drop along that corridor to the north, and then another 70 feet of drop back towards the east. The yellow line illustrates the condition of no apartments are allowed within 150 feet of those southern or eastern property lines, to show you just how much in terms of an aerial that we're agreeing to pull the apartments back and kind of orient those towards the road and away from the existing multifamily. Next slide, please. Jason did a great job in covering the conditions. I think it's important to note that due to the topography and the existing conditions on the site, we've added these conditions to allow for buffering and building transitions, public access to the greenway, and future connections to achieve the consistency with the comp plan policies to the best we can at this stage. There's significant topography challenges, and that makes it very difficult to say exactly where connections could be or would be, and what exactly those areas might look like at the zoning stage, while we would remain open to planning for these things at the site plan stage. And so that's kind of how some of these conditions have come forward, with putting as much constraints we can at this stage. Next slide, please. Jason also did a great job. The graphic you see here is from the Hillside Manual, which basically was a instructional policy from the city, developed from feedback from their own staff and practitioners as to how height might work in a severely challenged topographic site. And so what we did is we started out with the 5-story designation because of the changes in the way that the city has measured height in the last couple of years has constantly shifted. And so going up to that 5-story was necessary in order for us to see how those changes would come to pass. We intended to do a 4-story or 4-4 split product, but that sometimes kicks you into the 5-story with the attics and basements text change. But through the progression and the text changes that have been pursued, we've now limited ourselves to the 68 feet in height and a maximum of 4 stories and 4-4 split. Now, the reason we did that was that we're tracking the text commitment, or the text change, excuse me, amendment that is allowing 4 stories to go up to 68 feet. That's currently going to be before the council in July. It's been tracking ahead of us. So we were kind of tracking what the city's policy is on what 4 stories height limit should be. And we believe that this aligns very closely with that intent, but also gives flexibility to limit the grading on the site and step down on the topography as we go. So we started with 75 feet. In response to the neighbors, we brought it down to 70 feet. And then when this text change came along, we dropped ourselves even further to 68 feet. Obviously, all of this is above and beyond what we're required to do and is direct response to the neighbors' concerns. Next slide, please. This shows the site restrictions near the Greenway. Jason talked about that direct Greenway connection. What you see here, though, is that this is the narrowest part of our site. It's at a significant topography challenged area. And those existing overlays you see are existing recorded easements. So we've already recorded a Greenway easement. That's what you see in green there, that's on the site, giving the city the ability to construct the Greenway. The purple and yellow are slope and drainage easements in favor of NCDOT that are holding up that bridge. So it's very difficult for us to say at zoning, we will absolutely provide a connection without knowing how we would satisfy ADA, where that would go, and what that would present in terms of challenges. So we provided the pedestrian access adjacent to the city of Oaks to provide a second best option that if there was a connection need there, we would accommodate the connection on our site. Next slide, please. And that's important because the city has already planned for a switchback on the other side of the bridge. So there's adequate access for people to go right underneath the bridge and use the switchback coming up and access the rest of the Greenway. So we're not talking about an area where we're preventing a connection. It would just be an additional stub on our site that we'll entertain that at site plan, but are not able to do that at the zoning stage. Next slide, please. This addresses how the neighbors' comments developed over time and how we incorporated those into proposed conditions. So as a result of concern over commercial use, we limit ourselves to residential accessory uses, residential and accessory uses, and the building types of townhomes and apartments. We limited ourselves to 14 units per acre in response to concerns about density. We limited ourselves in terms of height, as I just explained. The neighbors did not want to see the backyards of townhomes or backyards of commercial apartment buildings, so we pulled those away. And that's important because it provides a really nice transition from Quarry to Durley Road to apartment building to townhome to single family. You're stepping down in intensity, in height, and in use as you move across that area from west to east. The neighbors desired a thicker buffer for privacy, and so we agreed to that 50-foot average protective yard. I note that is the highest or the most thick, I guess, buffer yard that is available under the code. And I would also note that by right, we are not required to provide any protective yard. So we heard consistently from the neighbors, they just wanted it to remain R4. That would allow us to clear the site and not provide any transitional protective yard under code requirements. So we're going far above and beyond to provide that buffering in a way that we believe is an intent to meet that buffering requirement that Jason mentioned. Next slide, please. A TIA was not required because we were less than half of the trips generated that would require one at the zoning stage, but we went ahead and conducted one anyway. It's been fully reviewed by the DOT and notes 2 entrances at the north site and at the south site. So at the north site, we would be committing to a right-in, right-out driveway with 1 ingress and 1 egress. At the south site, which is towards the top of the hill, we would have a full access, but we'd also have a storage and taper lane. Now that's important because the neighbors mentioned the concern about making that left turn into their neighborhood, which is just off the right of the screen. We would be providing that area for them to be stored and turning into our site and taking them off the travel lane. So it's significant in that DOT has already approved or reviewed this and not seen any issues with site distances. Next slide, please.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but time is up.
Go ahead.
And I'll just finish quickly. Overall, the proposal is consistent with the comprehensive plan as noted on the screen. We have had extensive discussions with the neighbors and we're willing to consider things as we move forward to council, but would appreciate your recommendation for approval and vote forward today so we could arrive at a council in August. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Schwedler. So, sorry, bear with me for one moment. We do have people signed up, both for and against, favor and opposition. And I guess we will, Travis, help me out here for 1 second. We hold our comments until after, or can we have a discussion now?
It's really up to the commission, but if you want to move the conversation along, it's probably best to hear from everybody before you start asking questions.
Okay, great. Then we will move forward with those who have signed up in favor. I believe that this was all of the consultants. And Ms. Schwedler, I believe you said that you really just wanted them here to be able to answer questions, correct? Did any of them have actual presentations for the 2 minutes that they were allotted?
No, sir, just to answer the questions.
Okay, thank you. Then we will go ahead and move forward with the following people who've signed up to speak in opposition of this request. And as a reminder, each speaker has a total of 2 minutes. And I will go through and I will call each person's name one at a time. And once they are ready, we'll start the clock. So the first person is Steve Driggers.
Yes. Have you loaded the slides? There should be some slides available.
We're waiting on them from Ray. Just a moment. All right, you can begin.
Yes, I'm Steve Driggers, 4105 Balsam Drive. Let me introduce you to the site with pictures. You already have electronic and hard copies of these, so I'll show them quickly with a little comment. The quarry property in this slide will belong to the city in 32 years. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. Next. 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 Next slide, please. The developer has compared this project to its Alta Blue development in Chapel Hill. Next slide. Kidd Hill, above Crabtree Valley Mall, is about 2 miles downstream. The topography there is closely similar to that of this site. Next slide. Next slide. Back up. The link is to the video we produced in January about this project. Let me end with an invitation. Have any of you had a chance to visit this site? We invite you to join us anytime for a walk down Durley Road to Crabtree Creek. Thank you. Next slide.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Driggers. It looks like, we can skip ahead to Mr. Haggerty, since it looks like he is next up on the presentation images. So if we can reset the clock for 2 minutes, we will move forward with Mr. Haggerty.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Tomasulo and Commissioners. I'm Chris Haggerty. I'm the director of the City of Oaks Foundation. We own the conservation property located at 4318 Azalea Drive, and that's basically on a 100-foot slope straight down from this property. A lot of points to cover and not a lot of time, but my first point, I think, is that any change of the zoning right now is premature. Mr. Harden addressed the future use maps in the special study area. I want to make the point to you all that I believe a special study is needed. This site, even if it's across the street from the quarry, has special unique characteristics. Do you really want to increase residential population density in an area where residents can feel the aftershocks of blasting from the quarry, even to this day? The whole reason we have this special study were issues about the effects of the quarry on residential neighborhoods 10 years ago. And now 10 years later, we're even thinking about going back and increasing density in this area. I think we really need that study before we go forward. Next slide, please. Oh, one other question. If you saw one other point on that, typically these studies do involve lots of public engagement, research and analysis, and planning. The city does a good job with this. Next slide, please. If you did do a study, I think you'd find, as Mr. Harden said, there are inconsistencies with a number of important policies, such as buffering. Especially, you don't want to build on steep slopes, especially on Crabtree Creek. I won't have enough time to talk about the conditions and the pedestrian access, but let me say that we've been working for years with Raleigh Parks and Rec on the greenway designs and the best practices. Any access on the eastern slope of the property is undesirable and unmanageable. Any switchback would have to be on our property and would destroy its natural net character. Finally, you saw the road to nowhere, a paved street leading to a 100-foot drop. Next slide. I will send this information to you since I'm rapidly running out of time, but this area has been recognized by the state as a natural heritage property, and they've proposed adding it to the state's registry. There are a number of important native plants, native animal species on this property that deserve your protection, and the development as proposed, we believe, would have an adverse environmental effect on it. Again, I understand I'm out of time, so if I can, I would like to present this information to you electronically in another format. Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next speaker in opposition is Ms. Miller. We're all ready for you once you...
All right. Thank you, Commissioner Tomasulo. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Jessica Miller. I'm located at 4637 Timberhurst Drive, and I'm a neighbor directly impacted by this rezoning. What you're seeing on the slide right now is a petition that I created in January opposing the rezoning due to its inconsistencies with several policies of the future land use map of the comprehensive plan, including Land Use Policy 8.5, which serves to protect and conserve the city's single-family neighborhoods, to protect low-density character, preserve open space, and maintain neighborhood scale. The rezoning is also inconsistent with Land Use Policy 8.10 that encourages infill development that complements the established character of the area and that should not create sharp changes in the physical development pattern. The rezoning is also inconsistent with Urban Design Policy 5.4, Neighborhood Character and Identity, to strengthen the defining visual qualities of Raleigh's neighborhood, which should be achieved in part by relating the scale of infill development to existing neighborhood context. As of June 22nd, just yesterday, a total of 379 Raleigh citizens have signed this petition opposing the rezoning for the aforementioned reasons, which are the following slides of signatures. Further, at the final meeting of the Northwest CAC held on March 11th, a vote was taken on the rezoning request. The total was 0 in support and 50 opposed. Finally, as Chris mentioned, this rezoning application process has been inconsistent with Land Use Policy 1.3 Special Study Area Plans. The policy is to undertake detailed land use planning in these areas before approval of development proposals or rezoning in the area and to engage the public in the planning process. The policy does not provide an exception to this process based on the size of the special study area. And then finally, the UMSID Coalition. As I'm running out of time, there's a letter here in your electronic packets. Thank you for your time and your service to the City of Raleigh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. The next person signed up in opposition is Mr. Sowers.
Thanks, it's Mrs. Sowers.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. My name is Shawn Sowers, homeowner in Laurelbrook subdivision for 20 years. As a registered architect and a LEED accredited professional, I support smart growth in our city, which is why I opposed this rezoning application. From my experience as a design professional, the applicant's presentation materials do not convey the complexity of 4800 Durley and the severity of the proposed development. I have 6 exhibits to share with you and welcome questions at the end. Exhibit A here. The comprehensive plan promotes density that is walkable to amenities and public transportation access. This site is not, so why would medium density be appropriate here? Exhibit B, 4-story construction is out of character along the full length of Durley Road. Exhibit C, The site is surrounded by low-density development, preserved natural areas, a greenway, and a working quarry. Medium-density development is out of character here. Exhibit D. The site contains steep, forested grades, many exceeding 15%. It drains directly into Crabtree Creek. The clear cutting and extensive grading required contradicts multiple policies and actions found in sections 5 and 16 of the comprehensive plan. Exhibit E. This diagram is a more accurate representation of what the zoning conditions would allow. Exhibit F. Though asked, the applicant has not provided conceptual plans, elevations, unit or parking counts, retaining wall requirements, or landscape elements, making it difficult for neighbors to understand the extent of the disturbance of new construction. Therefore, this is my professional interpretation of a conceptual site plan using other Wood Partners developments as precedent. This represents 48 luxury townhouses and 322 luxury apartments 4 stories high across from a working quarry atop 30-foot high retaining walls facing single-family homes. This is not smart housing growth for our city. In summary, we ask you to reject this rezoning application, pursue the full process outlined in the comprehensive plan, and allow engaged community participation to determine the best use for this designated special study area. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Now that all the speakers have had their time, I'd like to allow for questions and comments from commissioners. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I recognize you to speak. Commissioner Winters.
This is more so a comment. I wanted to also acknowledge the emails that we received from Brian Hare, Jessica Miller, Christina Prang, Paul Ingbritson, Jen Goldstein, Robert, and Terry Hammond. Just wanted to make sure that their concerns were also on record, the speakers.
Thank you. Commissioner Bennett.
Thank you. My comment is I have a few concerns about environmental impacts and traffic impacts, but my greatest concern is with this being a special study area. I have a lot of appreciation for the planning process as a certified planner, and consistency is important in the process and in our decision making. And I'm concerned that this area is designated as a special study area with a process laid out that's supposed to be followed, that it doesn't sound like has been followed. As I understood it, I tried to read up on it and understand what was required for this process. And as I understand it, there's supposed to be a fairly extensive planning process involving the public to determine what the future land use would be. With the rezoning being involved in determining what the future land use is, the public is simply responding to a land use that's being proposed by someone else. So for that reason, I'm hesitant to approve a rezoning that doesn't seem like it has followed the planning process of involving the public and helping to determine what the future land use should be.
Commissioner Bennett, could I, this is Jamie Schwather, could I respond to that?
Sure.
Thank you for your comment. I'd just like to note that in your staff report, it notes that the special study area is really for the larger holistic view of the quarry. And one of the reasons, as Jason noted, that that's put in place is that it's common for these long-term uses like a quarry that's envisioned to last for a long time, what the future use of the quarry itself might be over time. This site was involved in litigation with the city, and as a result of that, there is a condition that the site will never be mined. And so this site has a different characteristic that is not the same as a reason that you would put something or keep something in a special study area. So it's a difference in that respect. And I'd also just like to note that we asked that very same question. We came in with the zoning, and the answer we got from the staff was the city has no plans for a special study area at this time, and that the rezoning can proceed. And then the staff report notes that, this process offers something that is parallel to the process that would otherwise have been offered. So I just want to make sure we weren't trying to circumvent the system or escape any procedure. We asked the very same question you did almost a year ago, and were instructed to that this path was available to us. And then, and that's also why we invested in the extra neighborhood meetings to make sure we had that feedback. And we changed we made substantial changes in response. I think the consistent response we've had is that they would just like it to stay natural or R4, which would allow for clear cutting and mass grading, which we do not intend to do.
So I guess my follow-up would be for staff then. Is this site part of the special study area?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So
at the
at the time that was designated, which was with the adoption of the future land use plan in 2009, the settlement that was referenced had not been executed. The entirety of the quarry property was treated as quarry property, and that's the origin of that designation and why this portion of the property was included. One of the reasons for including quarries is they can persist for a very long time, and it's hard to designate a land use without knowing what the land's going to look like when the quarrying operation is eventually over with. Usually you're left with some sort of water body and some sort of remnants of land that might be useful for something or not. And until you have a better idea, it's hard to determine what would be an appropriate land use for that area. So that's the origin of why this portion was included at the time.
Okay, well, I'll just conclude then, Chairman Tomasulo, with my other concern. I used to live on Durley Road, so I'm very familiar with this area, and I'm concerned about traffic turning into and out of this site on that area of Durley with the hills and the curves and cars going at the speed that they go. I understand that a traffic impact assessment was done, but having lived there for a few years myself and seen traffic speeding down the hills around the curve, and then trying to imagine people pulling out of this new community or trying to turn left in, it kind of gives me some concerns about safety.
Okay.
Commissioner Bennett, this is Jason Myers in the Department of Transportation for the city. I wanted to clarify that the applicant did conduct an analysis that wasn't required. Because it wasn't required and due to our limited staff resources, city staff did not review or approve or anything that specific analysis. I think that what Ms. Schwedler was referring to was a review by North Carolina Department of Transportation. And I don't think anything she said was incorrect, but when she said DOT, I think she meant NCDOT and not the city of Raleigh's DOT. So I can't provide any comments, and Bobby Kroom hadn't looked at that analysis. Many of the issues that were discussed in that analysis, to my knowledge, would have been things or are things that will be looked at a site plan for any point of access there, between both the city's plan review and NCDOT's review of access points to their right of way.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bennett. Any other comments or questions right now from other commissioners? Commissioner Lampman.
Yes, I live fairly close to the site as well, and I agree with Bennett's comments about that is a very, although I think the speed limit is something like 40 miles per, people cruise through that very, very fast. So I think that the traffic analysis would be important. The other comment that I want to make is I actually live at Marshall Park Apartments, which is where that retaining wall fell, which was shown on one of the pictures. That has been a bit of a, kind of hindrance for quite a bit. And I think with COVID and everything that they've had some delays in getting that done, that's not necessarily relevant. But what is relevant is if there are tremors in the area from any site blast of the quarry, just based on how that retaining wall was, held here at Marshall Park, I think that that's something that should be looked at. I don't know how that would be looked at, because it seems like that would be an odd thing to consider. But if there is ground tremors that could potentially loosen some of the bricks or some of the retaining walls, that might be an issue. Other than that, I will say I absolutely love this community, so I'm not opposed to that kind of development. But knowing what I know about that retaining wall, I think it's something we should look at. I don't know how that would be done, though. I don't know if staff has an answer on a tremor study.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Lampman. Commissioner O'Haver?
Yeah, I have a few comments, and to go start back at Commissioner Bennett's comment, and I do appreciate relying on professionals, certified professionals, and their opinion. And I'm curious, with the special land use study designation, is that a responsibility of the city, or is that a responsibility of the applicant? Because I heard the applicant say they asked the city about the special study. And so I'm just curious more about the process. It seems like they offered that, but the city came back and said no. So I'm wondering whose responsibility that is.
Generally, an area plan would be undertaken by the city.
Okay. So
yeah, and I would clarify that the city did not say that a special study should not happen, just that a rezoning request certainly can proceed as it can on any property in the city. And if the special study becomes an issue, then that could be something that's considered in the rezoning as it is being here.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. I guess the other thing along sort of relying on professionals, and I certainly understand the retaining wall concern, but all of that stuff will need to be structurally engineered. Some of my concerns do sit around the grading in Section 5 of the Comprehensive Plan and Environmental Protection. So I would like to maybe consider of asking the applicant if they're open to some conditions regarding some of that size of walls, et cetera. But I guess overall, and to conclude right now and pick up what Commissioner Lampman said, I mean, the question here is this site residential or some other use? And if it's residential, is it single or some form of multifamily? In my mind, I understand the issues with traffic impacts to the community there. I understood, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, that the TIA will be, I think, Jason, you had just said the TIA will be required at ASR. And so that, those conditions will be looked at. Is that correct?
A traffic impact analysis, I don't believe would be required at ASR. There's a level of engineering analysis of site distance and the safety of an access point. Those are things that are looked at every site. I don't think that and sometimes some of the supporting documentation to justify or to evaluate those things overlaps with what would be in a traffic impact analysis, but there isn't, as far as I know from the conditions that are presented, any reason to presume that there's an issue with queuing or intersection operations that would require a full traffic impact analysis. So it's really a question of where is it appropriate to put a site access, where is it safe to do that, and how should that be designed? And those are things that the city's Department of Transportation and its development engineering group will look at, and those are things that NCDOT will also look at, given that Durley Road is their street.
So the fact that they've completed the TIA and you'll be reviewing those things during ASR, that information will be available at that time as well for sort of further study as far as the staff's perspective. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, I think that's accurate.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Haver. Any other commissioners have any requests or questions? Commissioner Miller?
Yes, I have two. The first one is perhaps to council and the applicant. There are some concerns that putting residences near a quarry will cause some issues regarding habitability to the property and desirability to live there. And I think to to some extent, perhaps a large extent, the private market is going to dictate a lot of those concerns. But from a legal standpoint, is there anything limiting the homeowners if they were to purchase individual townhomes, anything that would limit their ability to bring some kind of a nuisance suit against the quarry across the street if they were to damage the property? Is there anything in the zoning request or in the conditions or that kind of thing that's written into the sort of land use for the surrounding areas?
If that's this is David York. If the question is directed at me, one, there's no conditions that would prohibit it, and as you know, there's nothing to prohibit someone from bringing an action. Whether that action's successful or not is a totally different issue. And there are, although I'm not a tort attorney, I do recall from many, many years ago in law school that there are certain nuisances that if the nuisance was there before you arrived, you're assumed to know that the nuisance is there. Now, there's certain nuisances that by their very nature are problematic, and whether or not the landfill would qualify as that, such that they would be responsible for damage to improvements, that's beyond my scope. But there's nothing to prohibit people from bringing action. Whether they'd be successful is more than I could comment on.
Sure. Is it something that the applicant has looked at?
Thank you, Commissioner Miller. We did do look at it in terms of market study about the desirability of this area and whether that sound would be or vibrations would be an issue. This area is located next to a tremendous amount of jobs, a new bandwidth location, announcement that has transpired since we filed. And so we believe that area is still very attractive, and that the quarry operations would not, just detract from persons wanting to live there. I don't know that it's appropriate for us to put a condition on certainly limiting people's rights to pursue whatever legal action they think is appropriate. But I would like to note that this quarry has been in operation for a very long time, and was in operation before all of those neighborhoods I showed on the original screen that we've had comments from the neighbors from each of those developments speak in opposition tonight. Each of those neighborhoods was developed with that quarry operation in place. And so it's continued for a long time. A lot of those multifamily projects that have developed over Raleigh Road along that corridor have also come to pass since that time. And so I think what we see is a very desirable area of Raleigh that is a challenging site for sure, but we're seeing that more and more as the flat and easy sites were scooped up long ago. So I also just like to note in terms of the retaining wall, that's certainly something that we will absolutely be looking at in our site plan design. But it is not accurate to say that the types of elevation change that we're looking at here would be similar to the Kid Hill photograph that you saw there. Those are two different heights, and we're not contemplating anything close to that.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I was just more trying to clarify that, the typical rights and remedies and private market considerations that would go into whether to build something that people might actually want to buy across from a quarry, and the typical rights and remedies that people would have if for some reason it was built improperly with respect to a retaining wall that crumbles or something like that, that all of those rights would continue to exist for any future homeowners that might buy this property, and they would certainly be on notice related to those things. So there's nothing to think that new homeowners moving into this area would have their rights and remedies limited in some way, or not be aware of the conditions when they move in. So that was just what I wanted to clarify, whether there were any sort of concerns or restrictions there when we're trying to consider whether we should let private citizens decide for themselves whether they want to live there or not. And my second comment is the slideshow from the opposition to this case that was presented, I thought was thorough and helpful, and I was wondering if we could receive the full. I didn't see it in the packet of materials. I'd like to see a copy of that, and I might also spend some more time with it and propose that once, if we did that, if we could, personally, at this time, I would be in favor of reviewing that more thoroughly, that packet, and coming back next week to this case. But it sounds like you guys have done a ton to try and mitigate these concerns. I just want to make sure that this new detail we've seen today, that we have adequate time to spend reviewing it.
Thank you for that. And we, well, it's up to the commission and at their pleasure. I would just like to note that we have met with this group 4 different times and made substantial changes. And we felt we were at a point where all of the implementable changes we could make had been exhausted, and there was a desire that this not be developed or developed at all. Because frankly, if we're even if you're developing it as single family, you're going to have these grading challenges. You're going to be able to eliminate buffers entirely, and so we certainly want you to have enough time to review those. But would just like you to keep in mind the length of the case, and that we would like to be able to move forward when you all feel that it's available, and hopefully before the summer break.
Yes, I understand and appreciate, and I'm sensitive to all of those concerns. And it sounds like you guys have done a ton to very thoughtfully spend extra time, more than was required, with the neighbors to address those concerns and to thoughtfully provide conditions to address those. There was just a lot of information in that PowerPoint, and I want to make sure that we ourselves have appropriate time to look at all of that and compare it to what you have provided and the other information we've learned from staff today with respect to when the city designates special study areas, the type of private rights and remedies that private property owners might have in this area, that kind of thing, just to look at it all together.
Sure, we'll make ourselves available on the 30th if that's the pleasure of the commission.
Thank you. Commissioner Fox?
There appears to be a number of outstanding issues related to buffering, connection to the greenway, and the height of retaining walls. Has the applicant considered conditions related to that?
We have, Commissioner Fox. So the greenway condition is a very difficult one. As a result of the settlement with the city there and the dedication of that greenway easement, there was a fence provided, or a fence provision that lines the greenway, that literally separates the greenway from the site with a fence. And so that's a recorded easement that would have to be modified in some sense. There's a lot of topo issues there and existing easements there that give you a lot of pause at the zoning level to say that we can absolutely make that commitment without destroying the rest of the project. So I think that one is definitely more suitable for site plan. The retaining wall issue, it's difficult to answer with specifics without completely grading the site. And as we've entertained these conditions, we've it constantly morphed. But that's something that we can, I know that there's concern about the visibility of retaining walls from Raleigh. That's something that we could entertain and craft something as we move forward to council. The same issue with that was mentioned procedurally with the last case is that because that 10-day window is not available and you're looming on your summer break, we wouldn't be able to offer a condition here. But if the commission would express what they'd like to see, we would certainly be willing to bring that forward to city council and to offer it with the neighbors in the meantime for a 5th meeting for their review, if that's the pleasure of the commission, so that we could present it to city council, the public hearing, and then close that hearing and actually offer it.
One other question for staff, if I may. What is the status of the Hillside Development Manual? Is that going to a council committee?
It'll be at Growth and Natural Resources today at 4 p.m.
And might the conclusion of that study help give guidance to future applicants on conditions which might ameliorate some of these problems that we're seeing?
That's somewhat uncertain.
Okay, but that information is at least publicly available for us to review as well, to give us an idea of what those might look like.
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Fox. Does anybody else have any other comments or questions right now? We have gone through, a handful of considerations and questions for the client, as well as acknowledging a lot of the worries about the speakers as well. Anybody have any other final questions right now before we, yes, Commissioner Lampman?
Just a couple of things, and it's to kind of reiterate some stuff, so I'll keep it quick. If we're not able to extend this one to the August 11th, or if they offered additional conditions, we would not be able to see that next week, right? Just to confirm those statements.
That is, I believe that is correct, but maybe Ken or Travis, would you be able to kind of just update all of us about the path to approval if conditions right now were offered, but we can't vote on them related to council?
Sure. So when you say right now, you mean that if you had conditions offered and they were in front of you a week from today, or they were in front of you right now?
If they were offered in time for the meeting next week.
Okay, so they would not have met the UDO requirement for being in staff's hands 10 days before, and you could not vote on them. You could send them to council and say, we think these conditions should be part of the case, and that's part of our recommendation. The council could not put the conditions in the case until they had scheduled a public hearing, because they can't change between your recommendation and when the public hearing is scheduled. So they would schedule a public hearing for some time in the future, after which time the conditions could be changed and potentially could end up on that public hearing. I believe the next time that zoning cases would be heard at public hearing would be the first Tuesday in September. So the typical delay is that they have to wait. They have to like receive your recommendation and then wait 2 weeks to schedule the public hearing. The rub here is that there's not going to be a public hearing date in August, and so it would be waiting to September anyway. So it's not clear to me it would initiate any delay for them to receive a recommendation to get different conditions, for them to hold it till a meeting in August and then schedule the public hearing for September. I'm sure that was a little confusing, but the basic upshot is that normally there is no time savings for you to throw something to for you to report something out early when the conditions are going to change anyway. In this case, there might be, depending on what were to happen with your meetings in August.
Okay, thank you. And I guess the most poignant part of that is that the next available public hearing for any of these that we're hearing now is in September. Is that correct?
That's my understanding. I'm just going to double check.
This is Travis. That's correct. It wouldn't be until Tuesday, September 8th.
Great. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you. I guess I'm curious about what conditions we're talking about. It seems like the applicant has had a very extensive engagement process with the community and has shown us the conditions that they've developed as a result of the concerns that the community has. So what more conditions are we looking for that they haven't already done?
My only thought was the easement for the Greenway, because I think that one of the things that I like about this project is that it puts pressure on the city to kind of fill in some of that infrastructure and invest in the Greenway and bring that up through. So if there is a easement already available for the Greenway, that's one thing that I like about it. And then the other one is just my concern over the retaining walls. And I don't necessarily know exactly how to go about that, but I'm sure that they have an engineer that can look at, or a surveyor that can look at what the potential height might be. And at least that's information that's available to us and to the council for review. So those are my thoughts. I don't know if they're conditions, maybe the easement for the greenway, but those are my thoughts.
Okay. Thank you both. Commissioner O'Haver?
I was just going to ask about the greenway. Is there an opportunity similar to our previous case where the project along Peace made a condition that they would provide a study at site plan review? Is that an option here to look at the greenway until they do the grading plan and figure out how they're going to mitigate 30, 40 feet of grade change to get down there? It probably would be a little bit challenging if I were the applicant to commit to that now, but is there an opportunity to request something similar, although it's a different issue as far as access to the greenway? We were talking about TIA previously, but it seems like there might be a mechanism where they can agree to review that and work with the city to see if that's a feasible approach at the appropriate time.
This is Jason Myers in transportation. I'll point out that Lisa Schiffbauer in our Parks Department, I think, is also available to talk about these issues a little bit. I think that it is technically completely possible to build a connection with switchbacks from this site to the greenway. It would be very consuming of land, and it would be very expensive, and it would be very difficult. But the conditions that the city has designed around on the other side of Durley Road are very similar to what's on this site. And I think the applicant may not be willing to undertake that investment and may not see it as being beneficial enough given the amount of land and the expense it would take. It would also create two sets of switchbacks, one on either side of Durley, which may be a little bit excessive. I wanted to also point out that the Greenway project to extend the Greenway from its current terminus all the way to Umstead State Park is in final permitting and should be going to bid to build that very soon. And Lisa can be more specific about that. Another set of conditions that might help with Greenway access for this development is having a development put some sort of pedestrian infrastructure on Durley Road that can make it safe to cross there to get to the Greenway. Because from my point of view as a transportation planner, we are going to have a really great regional facility right across a very high-speed street from a pretty sizable number of residential units, and putting potentially a hawk is probably the best technical solution, though there may be other ways to address it. And it may be that a hawk is not technically feasible, though on first glance it seems like that could work, would help provide access for the residents of a development in this land to get to the future greenway. And Lisa is chatting to me that she doesn't have anything big else to add to that, but she can definitely answer questions if there's any details that I missed.
Thank you. Is that something that could be added as a condition, or is that more so done at the infrastructure phase with negotiations with NCDOT and the city?
I think, just to be clear, a hawk is a type of pedestrian signal, and I do not remember what that acronym stands for. But what a condition could say is that upon development of a site, that infrastructure would be provided by the applicant as a part of their site development. It would probably be best to have a condition like that be contingent on NCDOT and City of Raleigh transportation approval to make sure that it's put in a way that is safe and is acceptable to NCDOT as it's a maintenance of their right of way. But that sort of condition does happen and is not problematic technically.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh, you've been patient.
Yeah, I guess this is, I don't know, just clarification. There's been some talk about retaining walls, but I think the retaining wall images shown by the opposition, and in the presentation, I felt like there was this idea of stepping the buildings down the slope, and I recognize that there may still be a need for retaining walls, even with stepping the buildings down the grade. But I don't know if I agree with Commissioner Bennett that it feels like there have been a good number of accommodations made to the neighbors, and I don't know if there's a easy language that could be added to reassure the concern about retaining walls that would still be in line with the development they're envisioning I wasn't really seeing that as an issue in what we were presented, but I may just not have as good of an understanding of construction on slopes.
Okay. It looks like maybe one final question from Commissioner Lampman.
Yep, sorry, and I don't know if Commissioner Miller had anything to add to that. Regarding the comments of the retaining walls, again, I just have very personal experience being right at Marshall Park Apartments, where these retaining walls are pretty critical to the infrastructure itself, and so there's just general concern. I do know that that there's some aspects that can be prohibitive to development. I will also say regarding the Greenway that this is, so I'm a little bit biased. But one of the reasons why I chose Marshall Park was because it's right along the Greenway, and part of that from everybody biking along, along the trail there, you're not inundated with these retaining walls that are right there. You have an ability to kind of meander down to the path. And I think that that's a big part of planning these greenways and making it appealing, as opposed to just having this towering retaining wall by the path. So anyway, I'm not opposed to the project. It's just these are some comments and observations.
All right. In an attempt to bring it back to the table, I think that what we've heard is that there has been a substantial effort by the applicant to work with the neighbors, to meet with them, to hear their concerns. We have a number of serious proposed conditions that are addressing a lot of those concerns. We still hear some of the outstanding concerns from the neighbors. Also understand that this is, close to a new headquarters and is a desirable place to live. And so I am curious at this point in time if any commissioners are ready to make a motion. Commissioner Miller.
Yes, my comment is to make a motion that we table this until next week, and when we take it up, that we reconsider that the applicant we would be interested in hearing what additional conditions the applicant might provide with respect to the Greenway.
Okay, Commissioner O'Haver.
You can call me Mr. Matt. That's okay. I'm just curious to follow up on Commissioner Miller's comment. If we table till next week and the applicant comes back with additional conditions, we'll have an opportunity to comment on those. And if I understood Mr. Bowers, we'll give the applicant the opportunity to go to council as planned with a recommendation from us that says we want these conditions to be added to the rezoning. My concern is, and I don't know when we talk about this, but it seems like every case is a year old, and this is the first time we're seeing it. And so, I can understand the applicant's sort of desire to, not push us out another 4 months. And so, I want to, if we still have an opportunity to address our concerns and keep the applicant on track at Lane until next week, I would support that, but I want to make sure that's the case.
So to clarify again, having looked at the meeting schedule, just here are your options. So your deadline is August 10th. So you can, at your next meeting, if you want to see some additional conditions that you think the applicant is going to agree to, send a recommendation to the city council as part of your report that we recommend action on this case and with these conditions added. The council would receive that report on July 7th, and then they would give the applicant time to actually submit those formally. Then they could schedule the public hearing at their meeting on on August 18th, and then that would be for the September public hearing. The other alternative, which would involve you asking for a time extension, would be for you to not act on the case till your August 11th meeting, at which point it would be delivered to the council at their August 18th meeting, at which point, in whatever form it was delivered, they would schedule for the same September public hearing. The main difference between these two alternatives is that in alternative one, you don't have to ask for a time extension. You have acted within the time that you have allotted. In alternative two, you have more certainty as to what exactly it is that you're sending to the city council. But I would say in this case, we generally advise you not to send stuff to city council with a recommendation for additional conditions. In this case, given the summer break and the fact that it's not really impacting the timeline one way or the other, I think that has to be your call as to how you weigh those two options.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. So it does sound like we have, Commissioner Miller, was that a formal motion that you made?
Motion to table this and move it to next week.
Okay.
We can hear some additional conditions proposed.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Commissioner Lampman, is there any additional discussion about that?
No, I just think that I think the applicant has heard a lot about these particular comments. They can come up with something. I think going back to Roberta Fox's comment about the easement for the greenway, I think that's and if there's retaining wall discussion, but I don't know if that can be an easement condition. So just the greenway, I think.
Okay, the greenway, and I know personally, I was curious about height limits on retaining walls. But I also yield to the majority of the commission. So I do think, Ms. Schwedler, I think if you're still with us here, Ms. Discussion, it does sound like, access to a little bit better access to the greenway, and also perhaps a little bit better expectation for retaining walls could help us move this forward at the next meeting, if so willing.
Sure. Well, we've heard your comments. We appreciate them. We'll follow up with staff directly on the Hawk question. And I think I've explained some of the difficulties with the greenway, but we'll kind of flesh that out a little further with Lisa and with Jason. And can we submit, even though they cannot be acted on, can we submit draft conditions for the commission's consideration at the 30th hearing for discussion, so that they can see the direction that we're trying to move in, even though they might not be able to take action on it?
You can. They will not be able to take action on it, as you note, and staff will not have, depending on when you submit, that had sufficient time to review them, but we will attempt to do the best that we can under the time constraints.
Thank you.
I would say that would probably be a minimum. I mean, I would think after the discussion today, we would want to see some type of draft to be comfortable. I don't think we want to have the same conversation next week. And I'm just curious if, I know we're talking about retaining walls, but when I was looking through the comprehensive plan last night, some of the requirements talk about excessive cut fill. And so I don't know if there's a way to craft a condition more to that versus retaining walls. I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there for consideration, just to try to help pin this down a little bit.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think the applicant has a lot of information to work on, and we have a motion and a second, and so we will go ahead and vote.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Motion passes, so we will defer this till next week, June 30th, and where we will review kind of hard-lined additional conditions to meet some of the discussions today. And I guess in follow-up to Commissioner O'Haver's comment, I do just want to add, I know that there are a few members who are relatively new, and I think the reason that we are seeing some of this, and Ken and Travis can pop in, seeing a lot of these, more detailed plans and proposals now, is they've all kind of backlogged, because when we first were digital, we were addressing, I think, some of the simpler projects, as well as committee of the whole, which a lot of times some of these projects would have gone into, and we would have had these conversations before they come to this formal table. You know, we haven't had that chance to because of the COVID-19 pandemic, you know, eliminating any possibility for committees. So I think that, you know, right now it is just you know, we're really trying to catch up and get caught up. And I think, you know, I even managing this meeting today, I'm keeping track of time and minutes and everything. And it's like, it's very noticeable how much longer things take on here as well. So, you know, am aware and trying to keep it as efficient while respectful as possible. So we now move on to our third case today. That is item D3, and this is case number Z5119. This is a request to rezone approximately 18 acres of land from OX7 conditional use, OX5 and conservation management to commercial mixed use 7 stories conditional use, neighborhood mixed use 7 stories conditional use, neighborhood mixed use 5 stories conditional use, and conservation management. This request was placed on the May 12th meeting to satisfy timing requirements. Today will be the first time the request is discussed. Sarah Ash will present on behalf of the city.
Commissioner Tomasulo, I need to recuse myself from this case before it gets started.
Okay, thank you for letting us know.
Good morning. This is Sarah Ellis. I'm the case planner for Z5119. This is a request to rezone 3 parcels of land that are located off of Glenwood Avenue and Exchange Glenwood Place, respectively. The request is to rezone just over 17 acres from OX7 with conditions, OX5, CM, to NX7, NX5, and CM. The Planning Commission deadline for action is August 10th, 2020. To give some perspective on where the site is located, it's just off of Glenwood Avenue and just south of 440. The area to the east of the site is low density residential, so essentially the site backs up to a detached dwelling built out neighborhood. The same is true for the areas on the west. So generally what you're seeing is there's a commercial corridor along Glenwood that has a mixture of OX and some RX, and then there's residential that sort of flanks that as you go further away from the main arterial. Generally speaking, the site is located just beneath Crabtree Valley Mall. And here's some more context. So it's 3 parcels of land that are requesting 3 distinct rezonings into, 3 distinct districts. To give some context of what you're looking at, it's located off of Glenwood Avenue and Women's Club Drive, the first portion of the site. And second parcel also located off Glenwood, and then there is an existing apartment building that has some commercial uses on the ground floor located in the back off of Exchange Glenwood Place. To summarize the proposed conditions, these apply to the 2 parcels that you saw that front along Glenwood Avenue. Residential density is limited to 10 units per acre. The total buildings are limited to 4 buildings, including no more than 2 structured parking buildings, and they also have a square footage maximum for each of them that's detailed in the conditions. And the maximum height for the buildings is 6 stories, with an exception for a telecommunications tower that must be screened in a proposed penthouse elevator. This condition applies to all 3 parcels, so that also includes that parcel off of Exchange Glenwood Place on the rear of the site, that the uses permitted in the NX district shall be permitted on the ground floor of the building. So essentially this condition is limiting what you can do on the ground floor of the building to that of the NX district. And then the proposed OX district, the proposed OX district would be allowed on as uses above the ground floor level. So the existing versus the proposed zoning would provide an increase in retail entitlement. That's the most significant change that you would be seeing and what the applicant is asking for. The requested zoning is partially inconsistent. So as you can see, there is one parcel that is zoned neighborhood mixed use that is the request to rezone is inconsistent with the office and residential mixed use that takes up the majority of the parcels. So as you see in the back, the future land use map designation for that site off of Exchange Glenwood Place is office and residential mixed use with a strip of public parks and open space. I do want to make it clear the public parks and open space portion would remain CM, so the request does not alter that portion of the district. However, it would be changing the larger requested parcels to and then again, the requested, it is consistent, however, with the office and residential mixed use and the public parks and open space designation that you see in the back of the site. There's no frontage requested for the site. However, as you see on the urban form map, Glenwood Avenue is a transit emphasis corridor, which would generally recommend that a frontage be applied to the 2 parcels at the front of the site, and that frontage was not part of this request, so it is inconsistent with that policy. This request is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan overall because it is partially inconsistent with the future land use map designation in the parts where it is designated office and residential mixed use. It is, however, consistent on that one parcel on Glenwood Avenue, the 3700, where it is currently designated neighborhood mixed use, and it is also consistent with that strip of land in the back that you saw that is designated public parks and open space. However, it is inconsistent with the urban form map designation of transit emphasis corridor along Glenwood Avenue. It is consistent with policies that generally relate to more compact land uses and buffering requirements, as well as providing mixed use nodes and mixed use retail and reinforcing the urban pattern, as it would allow for some additional density in an area where that seems appropriate given the other plan guidance. The inconsistent policies, again, are that future land use map policy, as well as policies that generally relate to the application of a frontage or things that would make the area more pedestrian friendly, as would be encouraged by that transit emphasis corridor designation that you see along Glenwood Avenue. And additionally, things like parking lot placement and design guidelines are also inconsistent with the request as provided. I apologize, the deadline for action has not passed. It is August 10th. However, there is an outstanding issue that the language is unclear. I do want to state that I have been working with the applicant, and the outstanding issue that we are looking to resolve is about an interpretation of a recent text change, and staff has been working on that, and the applicant has provided everything that has been asked of them. It's now staff is waiting for an interpretation of how this text change policy would apply to the condition of allowing the telecommunications tower and penthouse elevator to exceed that 6-story height limit in the conditions. That is the only remaining issue with the case. The request would also require a future land use map amendment, as it would change the portions on the flume designated office and residential mixed use to neighborhood mixed use, as you can see. And again, that strip of land in the back that is zoned CM and has a future land use map designation of public parks and open space would remain unchanged, as that zoning is staying intact through the request. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Sarah. Now we will hear from the applicant, Michael Birch. He'll present on behalf of the applicant. As a reminder, the applicant and all of those in support have 10 minutes to speak.
Great. Good morning, Sarah Tomasulo. This is Michael Birch. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. And from a presentation standpoint, I just want to use one of the slides from staff's presentation, if it's possible, to kind of put up kind of that aerial that was early on in the presentation, and I'll kind of just speak to it from there. So just by way of introduction, the purpose of this rezoning case is to permit ground floor retail, restaurant, and kind of a tap room bar use on the ground floor of the existing buildings that are on these 3 parcels. So what you see here outlined in yellow, that's a great slide right there. Parcels 1, 2, and 3. So parcel 1 actually is now built out as an office building, 118,000 square feet with a parking deck, similar to what was built on parcel 2. Again, 118,000 square foot office building with a parking deck. That was constructed in about 06, 07. Again, the one on parcel 1 is just completed. And then in parcel number 3, we have an apartment building with about 296 units with some ground floor non-residential space on that southern end where you've got that building with kind of an arc that fronts on the roundabout there. And so, again, the purpose of this case is to allow for some ground floor retail, restaurant, bar, tap room uses within those existing buildings to provide the office occupants, the apartment residents with walkable options for food and services so that they don't have to get out on the Glenwood Avenue and get into the mall traffic to go get food or head in towards Oberlin. Additionally, this site is accessible from the Greenway. There's a connection to the north, and there's also transit Route 6 and Route 16 with stops on both sides of Glenwood Avenue proximate to the site. And we've also added conditions like the hours of operation limitations for these new uses to ensure compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood, but also the uses within the development, since we do have residential uses there. We did have a neighborhood meeting where members of the Country Club Hills neighborhood came and again, seemed to be satisfied with our hours of operation limits for those uses. They also saw it as a walkable amenity for them to have restaurant uses within walking distance. Additionally, we went to the Glenwood CAC and received a vote, I believe it was 24 to 7 in favor. I kind of want to focus on the two consistency issues that were raised in the staff report that kind of, as identified by Sarah, really relate to the fact that we did not apply a frontage. And then also just the office residential mixed use. We acknowledge for the parcels that are designated office residential mixed use, I'll just note that that category description says retail that's not ancillary to employment and residential uses are discouraged. I think the flip side of that is retail that is ancillary to those uses is encouraged. That's what we're providing here is retail ancillary to office and residential in these new buildings. With regard to a frontage along Glenwood Avenue, the buildings, I think the staff report acknowledges this, that the new construction on parcels 1 and 2 largely comply in terms of form to a lot of the hybrid frontage parameters in terms of proximity to the road, the fact that our parking is located to the sides of the building relative to Glenwood Avenue and those buildings. Really, the ones that we could not comply with and why we did not add a frontage is because we don't have primary entrances of those buildings facing Glenwood Avenue. Instead, they are oriented to that internal street, National Drive. But we do have those entrances facing National Drive are within about 150 feet from Glenwood Avenue, and they do have accessible sidewalks down to the sidewalk in Glenwood Avenue. So from a intent standpoint, we think the recently constructed buildings have implemented the intent of that type of frontage that's called for along a transit emphasis corridor. We did not add a frontage because we didn't want to, automatically apply conditions that these brand new buildings don't comply with and create a non-conforming situation. But again, we think we comply with the spirit, purpose, and intent of the frontage that's called for along here. Would also note, we think that this overall request, to provide a more walkable development pattern and kind of part of an overall revisioning of this old office park into a more mixed-use center that's more heavy office and residential, or just some ground floor retail, is certainly kind of consistent with the city's vision for these types of areas, and is reasonable and in the public interest because it reduces the need for vehicles to get out on Glenwood Avenue. It's compatible with the surrounding development. And so we would ask for your recommendation for approval. With regard to that one kind of outstanding issue on the condition language, that's something that we'd like to continue to work on as this case moves forward. I think we're willing to kind of take that risk of that outstanding interpretation issue. It's really related to an old condition from 2005 that we've carried forward and is resulting from a change in how height's calculated. But we don't think that kind of affects the overall case, and it's something that we can deal with later on in the process if we need to. And happy to address any questions that there might be around that as well. So that's all.
Thank you, Michael.
Yep, thank you.
So we do have one person signed up to speak in opposition to this. Mr. Michael Alspow, Alspow. I may not have gotten that right, but are you here with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay. You have 2 minutes, and so we're ready to hear from you.
Great. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Alspaw. My home address is 200 Buncombe Street. And my property backs up to the rear of the existing apartment complex, currently zoned OX7, CU, and CM. And on the site map, the rear of my property backs up to the tree conservation area 5, 6, 7, and 8 on the site plan. As you review this request, would you please review the site plan and the requirements for non-deciduous tree plantings that run across the back of the property, the top of the retaining wall? The tree conservation area that separates our properties has mostly deciduous trees. When the leaves drop, there's little to no protection from an extreme amount of light shining from the apartment complex, pool area, as well as the parking structure. In addition to the site elevation and the height of the apartment, the back of my home is quite exposed, as many of the rear-facing apartments have direct view inside of my home and the homes of my direct neighbors. It's not only uncomfortable, but I feel it is potentially unsafe for my family. The existing shrubs have a nice appearance for the apartment parking area, but their current future height provides little to no screen for my home. I would ask the development be required to replace the existing shrubs with non-deciduous tall plants that can provide protection from prying eyes and bright property lights that shine into the bedroom and living room of my home. I've contacted Mr. Grubb in August 16 of 2018 and asking him to address the screening and the planting on the back of the property, which are completely inadequate. He confirmed having discussions with both of my next door neighbors on improving the screening and worked with the landscaper on the planting. He indicated these plantings installed are the final product and their height does not even approach the height needed to provide the screening required. Therefore, I request Planning Commission's intervention. I'm in support of this development. I'm in support of developments like this in Raleigh, mixed-use projects like this complex. I think they're great for Raleigh in an effort to be harmonious with neighbors. However, I would appreciate if the city, Planning Commission, and the developer take my concerns seriously, as I understand the lack of screening and development significantly affects my family life, safety, and property.
Okay, thank you.
And with your oversight responsibility, and as these projects develop, I'd appreciate your intervention for appropriate screening at the back of the property. Thank you.
Okay, sir. Thank you. I would now like to allow for questions and comments from the fellow commissioners. Commissioner Fox.
I'm going to state the obvious a little bit. So this is a rezoning of existing buildings, so we're able to look, touch, and feel them. We can see the form, we can see setbacks, etc. Okay. I guess question for staff. If a rezoning here is approved, which is essentially to promote a change of use on the ground floor, what would be required from a site plan review perspective in terms of screening requirements?
Well, that's a little bit of a moving target because in the not too distant future, you'll be seeing a text change known as the site plan, plot plan text change, probably landing in front of you in August, I would guess, that will alter that. I think there's two issues. Are they in compliance with the code today? And if not, if improvements to this property are considered a site plan, then that brings in all the different parts of code compliance. And so they might have to bring a non-compliant situation up to code if that were the case. But I don't think that the landscaping or buffering code has changed here. So I'm not, we would have to investigate as to whether any improvements to landscaping or buffering would be required with the new site plan impacting a change of use in one of these buildings under current code, because it may be that they're already in compliance, but that compliance is still not sufficient to address the concerns of the nearby homeowner who just spoke.
This is Sarah. If I may, I did a read of the code when I discussed this with Mr. Alspaugh and when he initially raised his concerns. And from my understanding, the site is compliant with the code as it reads today, that area zone CM is the tree conservation area, and the code does not require that additional plantings be placed in there.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Commissioner Mann, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, I just had a quick question. I just wanted to see if Mr. Birch or the applicant had any response to the opposition. I just like to, just for clarity, just to see if Mr. Birch had any thing to add to the opposition.
Okay, Mr. Birch? Mr. Birch, are you here?
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So just to address the conversation and also the comment about the CM district, the fact that that is a tree conservation area that we actually cannot plant anything within. And that is recorded, I believe, recorded tree conservation area. I think certainly what we can do from a good neighbor standpoint is to re-engage with our neighbor kind of outside of this process, whether that's with Gordon or Ann, someone with the ownership team, to try and better address the screening comments. I think you heard that that's been done in the past, again, kind of outside. And even though the site is compliant with the code, and we're happy to do that again.
Okay, thank you for that follow-up. Any other questions or comments with regard to this? Understanding, the one speaker's concerns and that Mr. Birch is committing to speaking with them. I think it's a little bit outside of our ability to control. It sounds like they're meeting all of the existing requirements that they have through the code that we use. Does anyone have any other questions or comments? Does anyone have a motion? Commissioner Miller?
So it sounds like these are existing buildings where they want to change the use in the first floor to, instead of making it an office mixed use, they want it to make it a neighborhood mixed use so that there could be more restaurants. Would this also allow more outdoor seating than an OX district, the current OS district provides?
Yeah, this is.
So, but is there,
Yeah, this is Michael Birch. I can address that. So outdoor seating is only restricted for bars in the NX district. That is why we are proposing to rezone 3800 Glenwood. So the parcel, the building that was just constructed, to CX. We have limited it to the NX standards for bars, except for that limitation of 8 outdoor seats. And so what this case does, the one change regarding outdoor seating is to allow more than 8 seats outside associated with a bar tap room.
Gotcha.
Thank you for that, Claire.
Yes, thank you for that. And I'm in favor of the changes to this project in lieu of, the policies for expanding retail nodes, especially in these mixed-use districts, and reducing vehicle miles traveled and that kind of thing. If anyone has a question or comment, of course, I want to make sure that we have time to provide that. And if not, I'm ready to make a motion as well.
Okay, go for it.
All right, I'll make a motion to approve Z5119 and to amend the future land use map from neighborhood mixed use, or to neighborhood mixed use, and to make the other changes required pursuant to this zoning case. Even though it has some policies that are inconsistent with the comprehensive plan today, I consider this reasonable and in the public interest because it reduces vehicle miles traveled through mixed-use centers. It provides retail ancillary to office and residential locations, and it reinforces urban patterns and expands retail nodes.
Commissioner Fox, second. So we have a motion and a second on the floor, and now we can take. Sorry, okay. Is everyone good? Sorry. Does someone have something on in the background? Okay, it's just me then. Okay. It sounds like a garbage disposal or something. But Janita, if you're ready, we can take a vote. Janita, you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I unmuted. I think Ray muted me back. Commissioner Bennett?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner Mann?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
He has recused himself.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Yes.
It's okay.
And Chair Tomasulo?
Aye.
Commissioner Winters?
Aye.
All right. Well, the motion passes 8-0. I'd like to thank the applicant, Mr. Birch, as well as the neighbor, Mr. Alspaugh, and do hope that you two do connect offline to help address those concerns. I also think that, I did not realize that outdoor seating, which I think now we all realize how important that is to the continued vitality of our communities amidst COVID. I did not realize that that a zoning district limits it that much. And so I do think that us as a community need to readdress that probably sooner rather than later as we start to open back up in the next 3, 6, 9, 12 months. So that leaves
Can
us
we propose that as a text change to consider working on with staff over the summer so that it's initiated by us?
What would be the path for that, Ken or Travis?
You would make a recommendation to the city council that they authorize such a text change. It would be on your report, and how much detail you wanted to provide them would be up to you. You could, for example, refer this to text change committee and work out some language. My only caution would be is that you would run the risk of doing a significant amount of work that would go nowhere if they did not authorize it. So you may wish to just have a general discussion. I think staff could fill you in a little bit as to why the limitations are in the ordinance today, and whether the fact that indoor seating is now a very different prospect than it was several months ago changes our weighting of the impacts of outdoor seating in determining whether we should regulate it tightly or loosely.
Okay.
But But you could certainly make a recommendation to the council and request that they authorize a text change, and then they can act on it or not.
Commissioner Winters, did you have input?
No, I just also wanted to remind the commission that Commissioner Bennett also proposed a study, an equity study across the city, and making sure that, no disrespect to outdoor seating, but in the grand scheme of things, I would like to make sure that we have the equity study completed and at least on the books first before, or we would just have that on the books and start it first. Due to
my apologies. I thought that was already in the works. But I guess by that comment, you're saying it is not. Nothing has gone further with that at all.
No.
Okay.
I do have an update in my report, which if we don't have time to get to it, is in writing about the city's participation in a North Carolina cohort of cities who are part of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity. At a future meeting, it might be useful to have Dr. Audrey Caesar, who is leading that effort on behalf of the city, to present where we are with that work to the Planning Commission. It might inform some of your discussion and deliberations on this topic.
Okay. Thank you, Ken. So I guess one other question, I guess, Commissioner O'Haver.
Oh, sorry. I just want to follow up on that. I thought we passed a recommendation for something to go before council. Did that not go through from our last meeting?
Commissioner Bennett?
I think, as I understand it, the motion was for us to discuss at our next meeting, making a recommendation to go to council to do a review of the comp plan through an equity lens. So we didn't do it at the last meeting. It was right at the end. We made the motion and approved the motion to talk about it at the next meeting.
Okay, I thought we went ahead and just made the decision to do it. I didn't realize we made the decision to talk.
Sorry, yeah, that's my fault as well. I did not realize that was not a motion. So I apologize for that. Thank you, Commissioner Winters, for bringing that up. Did you have something to add?
Well, is it worth making the motion to go directly to council, or do we need to talk about it again?
Yeah, I mean, I think when if I'm remembering correctly, we thought that it could be some good work, like that strategic planning the committee could be a great, I think, home for that. And so I think perhaps we could just make a motion to get council's approval to begin that, whatever that might look like in strategic planning, but kind of just getting their sign off. I mean, it sounds like we can just start in strategic planning as well, but it might be good to have everybody, behind it. And so, yeah, I mean, Commissioner Bennett, if you wanted to make, I don't necessarily want to put you on the spot, but if you wanted to make a motion, or Commissioner Winters, that we could second to move forward to council, basically reiterating, I think, what we said last time, now that we have a better understanding of it. We fully support that.
Well, then I'll make the motion. I'm a little fuzzy on motion wording. Make the motion that we pass it through the council for consideration, and that we take it up in strategic planning. Is that sufficient, David?
Do we need to, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Do we need to incorporate the fact that Ken said the city is already participating in some sort of equity process? So should we tag along with that? I don't want to try to do anything independent of that.
Right.
Maybe what we're asking is that council bump up the priority of that, make sure it's high priority, and that our strategic planning group can be a part of that. Ken, can you guide us a little bit?
I think I think what would be useful is for you to receive some more information on the work that's underway, and that you take that information and use it to craft what you think are appropriate next steps for the Planning Commission.
Okay.
And we were happy to schedule that on your agenda. Of course, your agenda has had no shortage of items that filling up the available time. If there is a strategic planning committee or even at some point a committee of the whole, that might be another option. But we are willing to work, we can work with you to schedule that presentation and provide you with some more background on the work that's underway, which we think would just be useful to inform your decision making.
Okay. So the best order of operation to be efficient and respectful to move forward with this would be, should we table it and wait till we hear your update and then make a motion, or make a motion next week since it is our final meeting?
That is entirely up to you. And if you would like a presentation next week, we could try to provide a few minutes on the agenda for that to occur.
Okay. It seems like that would be great. We have some nodding heads. And could we go ahead and place that on an update on the city's commitment and action towards equity at the next meeting on June 30th?
Yes.
And that will help guide us to the next step. And Commissioner Lampman?
Can we allocate, so we're coming up on, we're actually afternoon right now, but I mean, we're a lot of our schedule is tight. So can we commit 30 minutes to the back end? So we have a hard, if we go from 12 to 12:30, we have to talk about that. So anything that comes up before that will be deferred essentially, but that way we get that conversation in.
Okay.
I think so. What is this? So, this has been a real challenge the last few meetings because of both video and because of challenging projects that none of us have heard. There is one project that we all have heard that is next. I didn't know if commissioners have a little bit more time to stay to hear this one. We are familiar with it. I believe there are updated conditions, but we don't have to re-familiarize ourselves with it, and there are people signed up to speak. The other project we have not heard before. I was also curious to Ken or Travis what the actual schedule looks like next week. I haven't received any information yet, and I don't know how packed that meeting is.
This is Travis. Going off memory, I don't have the list right in front of me now, but I believe you have at least 4 cases to discuss next week.
Wow. Okay.
Yes, I have that. We have 4 cases plus 2 from today. Yeah. And actually 3, because we're going to plus 3 from today. Because we're going to reconsider 1.
Is there any chance we can hit 1 more today? I mean, at least Z5319 or I just want to make sure that we plow through these.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly can stay on if we can keep quorum, even if 1 or 2 members have to leave, then I think that we can get through the next rezoning.
Yeah. And then I think in terms of keeping pace, we've got to allot that last 30 minutes so that we actually have the full discussion on the diversity and equity. Yep. Thanks.
Yep. Is everyone able to continue and move forward with KC 5319?
I believe so.
Yeah.
I've got
go ahead and make that motion.
Oh.
Commissioner Mann?
Yes, I said at 12:30. I've got another obligation that I've got to be at 1 o'clock, but I'm good until about 12:30.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm good until about 12:30 as well.
Okay. Thank you for the heads up. Then we will, yes, Commissioner Miller?
I was going to say, could I quickly make that motion as well to recommend to the City Council to study and create an appropriate text change related to expanding outdoor seating in lieu of COVID-19 in various zoning districts?
Second.
Sure. Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Shanita.
Do we have to take a formal roll for that?
Okay, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
I have to create a whole line for that. I'll just write it and I'll create it in a second. All righty. Commissioner Bennett. How do you?
Aye. Aye.
Commissioner Fox.
Aye.
Thank you. Commissioner Lampman.
Aye.
Commissioner Mann.
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh.
Aye.
Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver.
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo.
Aye.
And Commissioner Winters.
Aye.
Okay. The motion passes 9-0. And so that will move on to council. And we will move on to our fourth case today, which is item D4. And I will add that RTN, the live streaming partner with the city, did say that we have until 1. So even though a few members may have to leave a little bit early, we should be able to still maintain quorum. So case number Z5319, it's a request to rezone approximately 15 acres of land from R4 to R10 conditional use. This request was last discussed during the May 12 meeting, and the applicant indicated that additional zoning conditions would be offered. There are a number of persons signed up to speak on this request. I would remind the speakers that there are 10 total minutes allotted to those in support and 10 total minutes those opposed. John and Ignos will present on behalf of city staff, and looks like the slides are already up. So go ahead, John. Thank you.
All right, good morning. I won't go over the request again. I think we could actually advance the slides to the conditions slide. It's probably the most expedient way to discuss the case. And so the request, as you said, was to rezone from residential 4 to residential 10 with conditions. And so the residential 10 district does allow density of up to 10 dwelling units per acre and allows the townhouse and apartment building types. Those allowances are curtailed by the offered zoning conditions. So you could see a total density limit of 7.5 dwelling units per acre for a total of 114 units and a prohibition on the apartment building type. And then a few other conditions relating to an extension of News Forest Road into the site, that would not connect directly to Thornton Road. And then also 2 protective yards, one adjacent to the Park at Perry Creek neighborhood to the northwest, and one adjacent to the Castleberry neighborhood to the southeast. There are 3 conditions that were not, 2 conditions that were not present the last time, and 1 condition that's been modified. So condition number 6 that you can see here, stormwater control measures, has had language added to it that said that storm runoff drainage would be diverted from the park at Perry Creek and Castleberry upon review by stormwater staff. That is not something that is allowed by the UDO. The stormwater regulations state that the points of discharge must remain the same before and after. You may manage the discharge, but you may not divert the discharge. And so the applicant has been informed of that and has indicated that they are willing to remove that. That's the email that you received from the applicant yesterday, was them expressing their willingness to address that technical issue. The next slide, please. The 2 new conditions that have been offered, one is to limit the height of townhouses to 35 feet. That is specific to townhouses, so single family and attached duplex houses could still make use of the 40-foot height limit in the zoning code. And then the next newly offered condition is to set a minimum of 15% of the site to be set aside as open space. Each of those conditions did have some comments from staff. We did note for the townhouse condition that the applicant offered a different way of measuring height than what is specified in the UDO. And so we asked them to include language to ensure that there would not be any interpretation of that condition such that it would allow deviation from the normal code height. It could only be used to reduce the height below the code height. And then the last condition about open space, they did have some language that would allow a use of open space that is not something that's allowed in the UDO. And so we asked them to remove that. And so we can continue to the last slide. Well, go back one, please. And so there is a future land use map amendment that would be triggered by the approval of this case that would change the site from low density residential to moderate density residential on the future land use map. And I can take any questions.
All right. Thank you, John. We will now hear from the applicant. Adam Ashbaugh will present on behalf of the applicant. And as a reminder, the applicant and all those in support have 10 minutes to speak.
Thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Hello again, Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Adam Ashbaugh. I'm a civil engineer and a certified planner with the consulting firm ESP Associates here in Raleigh. And I'm here today representing the applicant, Terramore Homes. Terramore's land acquisition manager, Cameron Jones, is also on the call, as well as landscape architect and land planner, Catherine McPherson of my office. And we're all each available at the conclusion of our short presentation to answer any questions you may have. In the interest of respecting your time and the other agenda items, I'll limit my comments today to focus specifically on the changes to the proposed zoning conditions that this commission suggested in our last hearing, and further language clarifications that John described as were requested by the city staff. I realize that some of you were not in your current position on the board when we presented in the past, so we're more than happy to provide additional clarifications if needed. As a reminder, and to recap the history of our public outreach and interaction with the neighboring property owners, before the abolishment of Citizen Advisory Council meetings, this project was presented to the public in a neighborhood meeting and 2 separate CAC meetings. We took into account the feedback from those meetings when formulating our proposed conditions, and we further modified them based upon your guidance and direction. Since that time, and despite the CAC vote that John showed quickly on one slide where residents were opposed to this, we've really received little opposition from the neighbors. We've received a total of 2 emails that we've been made aware of from city staff. These came from property owners to the south within the Castleberry subdivision, and they were primarily focused on the screening and buffering of their properties from our intended development. We'll talk a little bit about how we have addressed those concerns shortly. Other concerns that we consistently heard from neighboring property owners in our meeting and the 2 CAC meetings related to project density, traffic, and stormwater runoff, and those are also addressed in our proposed conditions. The presentation we'd like to walk you through now has been prepared to specifically highlight just the updates to the conditions that were originally offered. This slide that you're currently on shows all the proposed conditions with the changes have been incorporated since our last meeting highlighted. You should all have also received an email copy of these yesterday, with which John asked me to send to you directly for ease of reference. I'll jump ahead now, if you don't mind, to the next slide to address the 4 starred conditions which have changed since we last met. As you've heard in previous meetings, there are issues with the previously installed stormwater system within the Castleberry subdivision. In an effort to alleviate any concerns about our project impacting this existing condition, we've added language to condition 6 that the total volume of runoff toward both the Park at Perry Creek and Castleberry existing subdivisions will be reduced from the pre-development rates. The internal runoff will be captured, diverted, and routed to on-site stormwater control measures for treatment and attenuation. This condition can be easily enforced by staff during review of the site engineering and grading design drawings prior to approvals for construction of the project. As we heard last meeting from Ms. Ashley Rogers of the City of Raleigh Stormwater Department, our offer of a treatment and attenuation for a 25-year, 24-hour rainfall intensity event provides for a measurably higher design standard than the current city stormwater design manual. The next slide, if you don't mind. This highlights the changes made to condition number 8, in which we're now offering both a privacy fence and a 32-foot wide tree conservation area abutting this shared property line. In the event that the tree surveys and field reconnaissance show that this existing vegetation does not meet the City of Raleigh requirements for tree conservation area, the project will agree to provide a 25-foot landscaped buffer with supplemental plantings to enhance the existing vegetation in this area. As I mentioned earlier, this was the biggest concern raised in email correspondence from the property owners there. So we've agreed to increase the condition along that edge to provide for both the fence and the buffer. Next slide, if you don't mind. One of the concerns we heard from this board last month was that of the massing of buildings in the proposed development. I think this goes hand in hand with the buffering requests from adjacent property owners, and so we have now included new condition number 10, which limits the maximum height of buildings to be constructed in the new development. This new condition further supports and strengthens our original condition number 2, which limited the buildings to a maximum of 6 dwelling units per building. Last slide. Lastly, we heard your request for increased open space and site aesthetics. To that end, we're now offering this condition number 11, which commits to a 15% open space within the project, or 1.5 times the amount required by the city code. That covers the changes since we last met. Again, we thank you for your continued interest in our project as we seek to provide additional housing opportunities within the City of Raleigh. And we're more than happy to answer any remaining questions you may have as we seek your favorable recommendation to City Council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ashbaugh. You did have, I believe, 2 consultants signed up to speak, but are they really just here to answer any questions that we may have?
Well, Catherine McPherson is a landscape architect and planner with our office who has worked with me very closely on this project. So she might be there just more as support to answer any questions you may have, but I'll cede the time to Cameron Jones, who's with Terramore Homes, the applicant itself. And if he has something to add, I'd encourage him to do that now.
Okay. Mr. Jones, we still have some time remaining.
Okay. Yeah, Adam, I think you've covered all the high points that resulted from the prior meetings. You know, some of the sticking points that both staff and the Planning Commission has had, and frankly the neighbors as well. I would just like to add that you know, during the last meeting, there's several commissioners that aren't here, but we built a very similar project down the road, Thornton Commons, or Thornton Creek Townhomes, excuse me. And we will be offering a pretty similar product here. And that project, we sold 100 townhomes in 1 year. So clearly, we are providing a product that the market really has a desire for. And frankly, the affordability, as we all know, has become an issue in Raleigh. And this is just yet another solution to some of those problems. So I'm here if you have any specific questions for the builder or product, but that's really all I would like to add. And like I said, I'm here if you have any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Jones. We now, if no one else on the applicant side has any more comments, we will move ahead with speakers who are signed up in opposition. Are you ready, Travis? Okay, yep. So first we will hear from Ms. Daniels. She's still with us. Ms. Daniels?
She's on the line and unmuted.
Okay, well, for the sake of time, we will move forward to Mr. Hayden, whose presentation is here in front of us. So, Mr. Hayden, if you're here, you can go ahead and start. You have 2 minutes.
I'm here. Do you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Gene Hayden. I live at 8702 Newstown Drive, which is adjacent to the property under subject. I've attended both of the meetings, both the neighborhood and the CAC meetings. I want to thank the developer for addressing most of our concerns. However, there's been one major concern at both meetings that has they've been unable to address, and that is the extension of News Forest Drive, as you say in the slide, onto the property. It is my understanding that it is city policy to extend these roads into existing road. This one shows the general site. Right now, the property exits onto Thornton Road and continues down this thoroughfare road all the way to Capitol Boulevard. Next slide. This is the existing property you've already seen. Next slide. This is the proposed entrances. The one on News Forest Road to your left, going around to the clockwise. One on Thornton Road, off where the existing entrances are. And then possibly two on a future realignment of Thornton Road along the edge of the property. That property to the north is a future city park. Those would be future and would be developed in accordance with what happens at that time. There's another entrance to the south. Let me look at that right now in the next slide. Now see that entrance to the south. My home is the one shown in the red outline to the left. What we are suggesting and asking is that the entrances to News Forest Road be closed or not open, and two entrances be put into Thornton Road, which be more than adequate to handle the traffic in a subdivision of this size. I have three reasons for that. Number one, this Forest Road is a walkway.
Mr. Hayden.
That's school children. Go ahead.
It's actually time. So if you want to finish your point, then we do move on to the next.
My point is that we are opposed to opening up News Forest Drive because of the danger to the walking children that walk to school, the increased danger of the traffic that now on the road because it's narrowed to one lane because of parking on both sides, and emergency vehicles can now enter the property from Thornton Road much quicker and without coming in through the neighborhood, which has just the narrow type roads.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hayden.
Thank you.
The next speaker who we have is Angie Edwards. Is Angie Edwards with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yep. I live on News Forest Road, and I also wanted to address the traffic concerns there. Number one, at that intersection at News Forest Road and Lincoln's Newstown, nobody ever stops at that stop sign. So it's very dangerous there. And if you open that up, I don't know that that's going to make anybody stop any more than that. The other thing is looking to the future. I know that I addressed this at the CAC meeting and the other meeting. When they close Capitol Boulevard right there at Thornton Road, it's going to bring traffic, all that traffic from that 114 townhomes is going to come through that way to get to downtown and Triangle Town Center. So that's going to add a lot more traffic there that's already, as Speaker before me said, already a hazard for dog walkers like myself, children. I mean, there's just so much traffic there, and that's going to bring even more traffic through there. Plus the school hours, it's impossible to get back and forth from your house already with the amount of traffic during school hours. And I just wish that you would for the people in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Edwards. The next person scheduled to speak is Shanuda Fahim.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, so I would like to address that right in front of, across the street from the site is the Republic Recycling Service. This business has been very loud for a long time. I've been working with the city trying to get them to cut their noise down. I'm much further than the site from that Republic Recycling Service. So what I'm saying is, if you go ahead and approve this new buildings there, the residents will be miserable from amount of noise that are coming from that recycling site service. Nobody's addressing this. The city is not willing to work with us. I've been sending them emails left and right, and nobody's answering us back. Mr. John Anagnas, who's attending here today with us, he told me I shouldn't have bought a home near a recycling service site. So I'm telling him, maybe now we shouldn't build new homes near this site. Otherwise, they will be suffering from the noise and the nuisance from site. The second thing is, I just wanted to let you know that most of the neighbors are opposed to this proposed project, and that you can see that from both CAC meetings that we had. And I don't think anybody changed their mind. The traffic is not getting any better here. As a matter of fact, it's getting worse, especially when the school is open on News Wildwood Forest Drive. And also, if you open up News Hunter Drive, that's going to be another problem because cars parked on the right and left of this street. And if you let that new neighborhood open up in that street, then it will be impossible to drive around in that street. You would have to stop to let the other oncoming traffic pass by you. And these are the things I say. And the major thing that I wanted to emphasize on is the nuisance coming from the Republic Recycling Service that's going to be right in front of that new buildings or residential area.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next persons that we have registered to speak is Mary Wilkemere.
She's actually not on the line right now.
Okay. Then the next speaker would be Harry Gobble.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll keep it short. My primary concerns in opposition is the traffic flow on News Forest Road and also on Brambleberry Way. Have lived here for 17 years and watched every one of these zones be built up, from the apartments to the townhomes to the homes behind us. And with every building construction project, the amount of traffic has increased greatly, and the safety has continued to go down and down. News Forest Road will become a straightaway where people will speed through it if there's a connection made to it, because once Thornton Road is closed off the Capitol, as previously noted by our prior speaker, the only way out and downtown and to other areas south of us will be out through Wildwood Forest and to Perry Creek Road. Control measures for speeding have never been put in place. Even the speed limit signs are not consistent throughout the neighborhoods. We have 35, 25. We have speed bumps that have been placed on certain roads that have no need for them. And then when requests were made to put them on Wildwood Forest, Newswood, which wraps around to Sandy Forks Drive, those requests were denied because they said we didn't have enough people to sign for it. But then yet on Parks Forks, which is an adjoining road, they had speed bumps within a year after that. In my opinion, if the speed control measures were put in place, such as speed bumps at major intersections within each one of the primary roads in News Forest, Brambleberry over to Newswood Drive and around those adjoining roads, which lead out to Wildwood Forest and also in Wildwood Forest, that would help mitigate the speeding within all the neighborhoods surrounding us. Also, in concern with the students and the traffic during those times, News Forest and Wildwood Forest is a primary intersection where all buses let their children off. And when I say buses, you'll see 3 to 4 buses drop multiple children there at the exact same time during the day. So that's not going to be a safe intersection point if you open up News Forest all the way through to the new development. So my primary concerns are with the traffic flow, and I do not think that's been addressed adequately.
Okay, thank you very much. And I guess just want to try Amy Daniels one more time. I know that she was on, but did not have a chance to speak. She had anything to
I'm here.
Yes?
Can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
I'm currently the president of the HOA for the park at Perry Creek, and most of the neighbors who have spoken up today are within our community. I agree with their points. One of the primary issues that we all see is the increased traffic as density increases. I want to give kudos to the applicant that I know they have tried really hard to work with us on our request for stormwater management, as well as trying not to connect certain extensions. However, I feel like it's time now for the city to really look at this development and the increase in density that's being requested. Does it make sense for us to continue to congest streets that are not wide enough and not really prepared for additional neighborhoods to go in, especially as it relates to the school, the elementary school? There is one way in, one way out. They are already having problems that requires police presence in the mornings and afternoons. We are adding more and more cars to a very narrow area of this development. You're also looking at adding another new development on the front side, even closer to Capitol. So if everyone is combining and all coming to the same school, and even if they're not going to school using Wildwood Forest, I think it's really time for us to look at how to improve those streets and being able to help us with the additional traffic. We know we need more housing. We know we need options, but you can't just keep adding more and more cars and not expect for there to be problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, now want to open it up for comments from commissioners. I think we've heard this a few times. I think that in general, like Ms. Daniels just said, the development team has been very accommodating with a lot of measures, but it does seem like this is a very disconnected part of our city, and they're facing a lot of issues with that. And so, I kind of wanted to open it up to the floor with questions, requests, or comments for either the applicant or staff. Commissioner Miller?
Two things. I wanted to first thank the applicant for coming back with the conditions that we discussed at our May 26th meeting. They came back with everything that we asked for, and it sounds like there's a new issue that's being raised in this meeting, which is related to the traffic. And so I was looking at the staff report related to this, and it said that it looks like AM peak trips, new trips, there would be 41 new trips during the morning peak and 54 new trips during the PM peak, and that this would not trigger a traffic impact analysis, and that, to summarize, the impact identified with respect to traffic of adding this development would be none. One question there: it sounds like the issue is not necessarily, it might be the peak hours in the morning and evening, but it might actually be more related to the schools in the middle of the afternoon. When we are doing a traffic impact analysis determination, do we ever look at the impact of something other than 9 o'clock and 5 o'clock, more around the schools letting out?
I guess could Ken or Travis answer that?
Yeah, I think we've got Jason Myers still on the line. Can answer.
Okay. Jason, are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I bumped a mute button on my headset and didn't realize that I was actually talking. This is Jason Myers in Transportation. There are a number of different triggers in the Raleigh Street Design Manual when a traffic impact analysis is done. One of them is when the enrollment in a school increases. We study the school traffic or the traffic around a school. So that issue does get studied when the school is making a change or is developing. There is also the opportunity for staff, especially for a site review, to be looking at a problematic situation, which which is I think the or challenging situation, I think is the wording used in the Raleigh Street Design Manual, where there is some unique consideration that engineering judgment of the reviewers are that some analysis is needed. But we don't specifically look at trip generation relative to the school district, the school peak travel. One thing I would say is that generally the peak hour of most uses, including residential, is not going to correspond especially with the afternoon peak of school. So I know that afternoon carpool at many schools, and especially elementary schools, can be very challenging and creates a lot of issues. That is not a time when the general peak of traffic in the afternoon picks up. That's usually quite a bit later. The morning tends to correspond a little bit more when people are dropping off their children on their way to work, for instance. But that is, so the answer to your question is we don't specifically look at the timing of the peak of the school, but if there is a traffic impact analysis, the school traffic is an important part of what we're studying when we do that. Does that answer your question, Commissioner Miller?
It does. I was more wondering about the process for how we review the issues related to school pickup in the afternoon and that kind of thing, where things can get backed up significantly for long periods of time. Is there a way in this case, or as a general matter during site review or otherwise, to look specifically at the traffic impacts related to increased trip generation to an existing school?
Increased trip generation to the school, meaning new residents driving their children to the school? I'm not sure I follow the question completely.
Just in general, or past it, if we're putting in a neighborhood immediately next to a school, just so that we can make sure that we fully understand the impacts of. And I'm not familiar with more of the process. It sounds like
you're right.
It would not be triggered at the zoning phase, but
yeah,
that's something that could be reviewed at the site.
A subdivision of this size is probably not going to trigger a site traffic study at rezoning. I'm sorry, at a site plan stage. It did not require one at rezoning. Maybe the planner, John, can remind me what the total number of units are that are being proposed in this. I don't have that information in front of me right now. There are triggers based on the size of a subdivision. The one thing that I'll remind the Planning Commission is that if Planning Commission decides that it wants a traffic study to move a case forward, or a City Council wants that, that is one of the triggers in the Raleigh Street Design Manual, is upon request of Planning Commission or City Council. So if there's information that Planning Commission feels they need, they can request that, even when staff can't do that based on the triggers in the code.
Okay, thank you.
Understood. Is there anything other than holding it up at the zoning stage, at the Planning Commission stage, and ordering a traffic impact analysis that could help address some of these concerns related to traffic during peak afternoon school hours?
One of the things that is, I'll remind the Planning Commission to the discussion about Z17 earlier, the case that was mentioned there, Z3, which was similar to Z17, had a condition that said that there would be a TIA at a site review and provided some specificity of what would be studied and how it might be mitigated. This is a completely different context, completely different issue, but if there was a specific issue that needed to be studied at site review and specific standards that would be that a site would be held to, it's possible to offer a zoning condition that could require that study and set those standards up. I don't have any recommendations of what those might be, but that is something that's within the power of the conditional use zoning tools.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett?
Thank you. I'd also like to commend the applicant. It sounds like there has been quite a conscientious effort to respond to our concerns as well as to the community concerns. I wonder if the general concern about the traffic congestion in this area is one that they just aren't able to mitigate. I don't think that's through any fault of theirs. I'm familiar with this area as well. I've lived in a lot of different parts of Raleigh, but this area is not just congested during school time. it's a congested area in general. And so I'm sensitive to the emails that I've read and the comments I've heard on the phone about traffic coming through this neighborhood and traffic from Capitol Boulevard as a result of changes that are being made up there coming through this neighborhood, and then adding another multifamily development there. I don't know that there's anything that the applicant can do to necessarily address that. I think they've done quite a great effort of trying to address everything, but I don't know that that can be overcome. That's just my comment. I think it's just a bad situation that the applicant has done their best to try to work within, but I don't know that the traffic concerns that I'm reading about and that I'm hearing can really be addressed through anything the applicant can do.
So do we have feelings one way or another about this? Does anybody want to make a motion? You know, it does sound like in general this area needs support from a traffic management standpoint in general beyond just this project. And if it were developed as single family homes, you know, there wouldn't be as many, but there'd still be a significant addition as well. So how are we thinking? Because I know that this is challenging, because we do know how the local neighbors are being impacted, also respecting the process that has been gone through. So, Commissioner O'Haver?
I don't have the advantage of the previous meeting, so I'm not comfortable making a motion. But from what I've heard, it does sound like the applicant has gone to extreme lengths. I agree with Commissioner Bennett. Looking at Google Earth and the density, she's actually familiar with the area. And again, relying on her expertise as a planner, I would agree that I find it challenging that the applicant would be able to find some mitigation at site plan review that would fix, so to speak, those issues. I would say that generally, and I live on a narrow street, I would say that generally narrower streets, when you park on the street, actually slow traffic down versus making them wider and speed them up. That's just sort of a rule of thumb, just to throw that out there. And if it was the will of the commission, I would support recommending approval. Again, just not having the advantage of being involved in previous meetings.
Thank you. Commissioner Lampman?
Along the lines of traffic, someone did bring up the concept of speed bumps. Does the city, I don't think the city would require speed bumps, but who would install a speed bump? I mean, because if the HOA there is concerned about traffic going through their neighborhood, could they install a speed bump into their neighborhood? I don't know.
So this is Jason Myers of Transportation. The traffic calming has a long and controversial history in the city of Raleigh, as you can imagine. The neighborhood traffic management program allows for neighborhoods to request traffic calming, be evaluated, be scored, and then if they're at the highest end of those scores of projects that have been identified, petition to install speed humps on narrower streets, which News Forest would be that sort of street. Clark's Forks was one of those streets, and then have those speed humps installed. There have been cases where zoning conditions allowed for a developer to put in and install traffic calming in the past. Those often have not worked very well. Usually those were in instances of streets that were already there and already connected. I believe that the comp plan update that was adopted by City Council most recently includes a new policy in the transportation section, and I'm going to see if I can't find it to quote the exact number, but it encourages that when new connectivity is created, that traffic calming be encouraged. Some of my colleagues that manage the traffic calming program in general like to follow the petition process and put the traffic calming on streets where there is a demonstrated need. But the comp plan recognizes that the connection of a street that was previously not connected creates a new situation, and that waiting for the problem to arise before you decide to solve the problem is not necessarily the best way to go about things. So the applicant has provided a condition that I think is very effective at helping to reduce the attractiveness of News Force as a cut-through while still providing resiliency and cheaper ways to provide public services and better connection for pedestrians to get to the school and to the park and either direction between either of those neighborhoods. But the offer of a condition installing speed humps or providing some mechanism for the residents to participate in that discussion is something that we haven't discussed, though that can be a difficult thing to enact. And one of the reasons for that is that what one person would like about a speed hump, another person would dislike. And our traffic management program, through the balloting process and city council public hearings, manages that trade-off and allows a neighborhood to participate very fully in making that informed decision. Leaving it to a development zoning condition kind of takes us out of that zone a little bit. So speed humps are something that on public streets are only installed by the city of Raleigh, and to date they're generally installed by the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program in the Department of Transportation. I fear I've rambled a little bit and not necessarily directly answer your question, but please let me know if there's a follow-up.
Well, I think that is helpful. I think that one of the things that could possibly happen, and I don't know if this would be a condition, but if the developer, because the developer has gone way out of their way to help support this project and meet the needs of the community, and this, to even some of the callers' points, I think it was, the HOA president made the comment that this is really a city issue now. And so could the developer work with the HOA and others and be part of that petition that actually gets speed humps installed in the city? So that way that can push that along, because it's kind of evident that this is a needed thing for this area anyway, based on what everybody's saying.
Unfortunately, I can't think of a way that the developer could participate in a meaningful way. And really it comes down to in the normal neighborhood traffic management program. And really what that comes down to is that if we were to evaluate on the technical score right now, News Forest Drive, and it may be that it already has been evaluated, I am unaware of that, it would probably score relatively low because it's only the neighbors, visitors, and service providers that are coming into the neighborhood and driving on that street. If it's connected, that is going to change a little bit. There's going to be some amount of traffic that uses that street. It is probably going to equalize the traffic a little bit between the two ends, as people in the back end of the neighborhood don't always need to go through the front end. They may choose to go out the other entrance. But there's probably going to be some amount of increased traffic there. And that is the point in which our normal policy would then measure the volume and speed of traffic and say, okay, now that it scores higher. And really what the residents, I think, are trying to achieve by preventing the connection is not having that interim period of a problem that then has to be solved. So I don't know a better way to address that. If the condition that was offered does a good job of reducing the attractiveness of that as a cut through, a speed hump on that connection may also do that. And if it's on the part of the street that they're constructing, I think that would be very easy to do. It would not be a detriment to anybody that's currently there. And the city has some standard details that we could use through subdivision review to install that. Going off-site gets a little bit more complicated, and I think I'd want to have a discussion with my colleagues in traffic engineering who manage a neighborhood traffic management program, and potentially the neighborhood themselves and the applicant to talk about what could be done before I speculate anymore.
Would the applicant be opposed to putting in speed humps at those extensions on their side?
I don't know if I'm still muted or if you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Oh, all right. Yeah, this is Adam Ashbaugh. Thank you for the question, and I appreciate everybody's concern about the traffic we wholeheartedly support the adjacent property owners and understand their concerns. All the ones who spoke today are ones that we had conversations with in the past. I realize that some of you were not on this commission when we first presented back in, I want to say February or March, but we had originally offered to eliminate a vehicular connection to this existing street stub altogether and simply provide a pedestrian and bike connection there. And this was based upon the desires of the adjacent property owners and the feedback that we'd heard both in the CEAC meeting and in the neighborhood meetings. Unfortunately, we were told by transportation planning staff that that original condition was inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan. And so they assisted with the language of the condition. I want to say it's number 9 that you now see before you. We've also added, to address this a little bit, we've also added condition number 4 that restricts the construction traffic to only coming in off of Thornton Road. So your question, Ms. Lampman, would have to be posed directly to Cameron. I think that's something that we could happily address at site plan. In fact, there may even be an opportunity to revisit this idea of closing off that vehicular connection altogether when we get to site plan or when we get to city council. But the conditions that you have before you right now are ones that have been crafted both with the feedback of those adjacent property owners and with this board.
I would be fine with moving this forward. I mean, if Cameron wants to make any comments about a speed hump, but I do think that the developer's done a really good job of meeting the community needs. And this is more of a city traffic planning.
Well, and I think remembering that the reason that connection is made to News Forest is due to requirements from the city.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I think, yeah, with that in context as well.
Yeah.
So did you want to make a motion, Commissioner Lincoln?
Blaney's so good at that.
Commissioner Miller, did you want to make a motion?
Sure, I'm happy to. I'll make a motion to approve Z5319 rezoning from R4 to R10 with conditional uses and to amend the future land use map from low density residential to moderate density residential. This case is overall consistent with the comprehensive plan and it's reasonable and in the public interest because it reinforces urban patterns and adds mixed housing stock for our city.
Commissioner Lampman?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? Commissioner Bennett?
So I'll be brief. I know we're well past our time limit. I'm struggling a little bit because I don't know that I'm comfortable saying the developer has done a great job and they've done everything we've asked them to do. I'm comfortable saying that, but I don't know that I'm comfortable saying, and this is really a city problem. Therefore, let's move forward and approve this, even though it could have adverse impacts to this community. It's not the developer's problem, it's the community, it's the city's problem. So where does that leave the community?
So what I heard was that there's a process where if that, right now, that would not pass the test for a speed bump or whatever might be installed there. So once that community is in place, then there will be the petition for the city to come in and do the speed humps. So that's what I heard was the resolution to this issue with the traffic.
Okay.
I would add one thing to this. Is Jason Myers and transportation staff. City council has the power to make decisions about how to operate its streets and capital improvements it might make to its streets. There is a program for neighborhood traffic management that follows the process that Commissioner Lampman just stated. City council may predict there to be a problem, hear concerns, and do something outside of that existing program and existing policy. And it's within their power to do that. I'm not going to recommend that they do that. It's not my role. But it is possible for them to do something different as it would be to use a conditional use zoning to potentially do something a little bit different too.
So could we include that in our statement of approval where the city would look at overriding that process, that petition process, and just automatically putting in speed humps? Jason, is that what I heard from you?
I think you could make a number of recommendations to City Council about what your concerns and thoughts for this case are. So I thought that was a question for your fellow commissioners. I would state that if the goal was to override a part of that process, it would be to override the prioritization of the process, but to still allow there to be a balloting of the neighborhoods, to keep that public involvement process and to have the buy-in of the people that be most affected by it, and not skip right to construction necessarily. That is certainly an option, but to basically move them immediately to the top of the traffic calming list because of a presumption of there being a problem, and then let the rest of the policy follow is something that it could happen. I suspect that some of my colleagues who manage that program would not be in support of that. And we have to realize that that would move another project off of the top of the list, and it would make somebody make a neighborhood wait longer. So there's a downside to that, but it is certainly possible.
Thank you, Jason. Commissioner Bennett, I fully understand and support your approach, and I have similar feelings. I can't really understand or can't figure out what the best approach is, since some of the jurisdiction is kind of out of both the community members and the developer's hands, but the community's left dealing with it. So I don't, at this point, I'm not sure what else could be done, except perhaps adding that it sounds like a condition couldn't be made, an ask would have to be made to council, say that, full understanding that the community is really dealing with a lot right now already with unsafe environments, and that this could certainly heighten that, and that we recommend prioritization if this is to be approved, or something to that degree. I don't even know if that's legal. And I guess I tend to, we're continuing to see these very challenging sites, and as I prep for these meetings with Travis, we always say, okay, if not here, where? Like, how are we, doing this collectively throughout the city? Commissioner Fox.
The issue you're identifying is more widespread at other elementary schools, I would propose. So what you're actually asking is, you can see merit in the approval of this particular project, but there might be an instance where we are now warranted in taking a look at traffic associated with elementary school drop-off and pickup globally. So it's recommending a policy review related to the neighborhood traffic management program, and how we review projects in the future given proximity to elementary schools. Is that kind of hitting on what you're saying?
That's not really what I'm saying, because I don't think the traffic issue is a school issue. So, and that's not what I've been reading from the emails that I've been seeing. That's just one element of the traffic issue. So I think the point I'm making is I don't see how we really address what the concern is about school traffic, other traffic. I don't think a speed bump stops traffic from coming through. It just slows it down. So, I mean, I'm completely prepared to vote. I'm just saying That's where I'm coming from. I think the developer has done an admirable job. They've engaged the community, they've been responsive. I just think it's a problem that they can't address.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Lightman.
One of my only thoughts on that, Commissioner Bennett, is we have seen this one a couple of times, and to their point, they closed that thoroughfare off, they opened it, and it doesn't, there's some aspects, I think there is merit in the traffic issue, absolutely 100%. But, they've done in several different options of how to resolve that, including cutting it off altogether. Now it's open because of the city, but then providing, if there's some way we could provide maybe a speed hump there, but it does keep coming back. Not that it's necessarily on the developer, but that this is an issue between city planning and that particular development, like just the way the laws are written on that, the code. It's a conundrum, maybe.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner McIntosh?
I'd just like to highlight that this is inconsistent with the future land use map. And while I do agree the applicant has done a very thorough job of addressing a lot of neighbor concerns, I wonder if this might be an example where the wisdom of the planning map, that it might make sense to respect that, because it seems like part of the issue with the traffic is caused by the request for a higher density than what's been, than what was planned for by the planning department on the planning map, based on the available street network and the fact that it is hemmed in by the Neuse River. It's an isolated site at the back of an existing development next to an industrial use. And I just wonder if there might be times that we should respect the future land use map and not just change it.
Thank you. Commissioner Miller?
I think Commissioner McIntosh makes a great point about sort of looking at the future land use map generally, while also recognizing that even though it's called that, it's actually a historical view of the map, not necessarily a future-looking one, despite its name. But I was going to say, but for this project in particular, we have to rely on the staff reports and not just reports from neighbors about the general area. Because the question is, what does this rezoning case do to the traffic in the surrounding area? And the staff report says that the traffic impact of adding this specific rezoning case, even at its proposed maximum potential, the traffic impact identified is none of this specific case. Now, is traffic an issue in this area generally? Yes. Is any additional are any additional cars in this area going to continue to be part of that problem? Absolutely. What is our remedy and how do we address that? Is it with this particular case, given the fact that the staff report shows that the traffic impact of this case is none to that area? I'm in favor of obviously proceeding with this rezoning case, but how we take up the issue of sort of traffic mitigation in general, we do have a transportation committee, and we reviewed several items there that were very helpful, including that, traffic mitigation citywide is not actually one of the goals of the city. We strive to have a level of service for the city as part of the ways that we reduce sprawl, discourage people from living outside of further from downtown mixed-use centers. So even though traffic is an issue, it's not necessarily something that the city as a whole, when they're planning, is something that we always strive to mitigate. So that's sort of one issue. And the bigger picture of how we mitigate traffic or calm traffic in certain areas is certainly one that's necessary for city development. But I think we're somewhat limited in our role as on the Planning Commission when we're looking at individual rezoning cases on what we're supposed to do there. So I think there are other bodies within the city government and county and state that are devoted to this area, and I don't see that it that we have the tools and remedies looking at a specific rezoning case on how to address that for larger citywide policy and then as it's applied to specific cases.
Okay. So we've heard a lot.
In that vein, I'm comfortable moving forward with this particular rezoning case, especially in lieu of the time. And I'm going to have to drop off in about 5 minutes as well.
Okay. Is everybody prepared to vote? So I think that we hear how everyone stands. There's a motion on the table. There's a second on the table. I think that we can go ahead and take a vote and just see where it lands and go from there. So Chinita, if you're ready.
Okay. Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Nay.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Nay.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Chair Tomasulo?
Aye. So it does look like the motion passes 5-2. Commissioner Lampman?
I think that all of this discussion too is, it just keeps coming back to these committees. We really need to get these committees back up and running so that we can have these really good quality conversations around these topics. So if we can make that a priority, I would be open to that. I'm even thinking just sending an email around to everybody after this and see when we can schedule those meetings. I think that that's important. We're glossing over things and it's too critical for us to have. We need to have good conversation about it.
I agree. And I would also like to add that I think this is some of the richest conversations that we've had the last few meetings. We have a bunch of allied professionals who have very good knowledge, thought, and experience. And so I think that just acknowledging that I've been on here for 5 years and do have a background in planning, and I do think that this is all very healthy for our growing city. And I just look forward to continuing us digging in. So so the motion passes 5-2, and we're well beyond our limit, but I really want to thank everybody for sticking around, putting in the extra time to help get 4 cases done today. Really also want to say thanks to all of the community members who waited patiently for hours to speak today. Also the applicants, their patience as well. We do have to formally defer the 5th presentation to June 30th, and our sincere apologies to that group. So if I can find it, make a motion to defer case Z820 to the next meeting, June 30th. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Second by, and I guess we still have to vote on that, Janitha, I believe.
Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
Commissioner Miller?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
Commissioner Tomasulo?
Aye. Thank you. The motion passes unanimously. And next, real quickly, just want to review and approve the previous meeting minutes. I do know that Commissioner Fox said that she had a comment.
Yes, I do have a friendly edit for the May 12 minutes. I believe it's on page 3. It was about, I just wanted to specify my comment was related to a comp plan amendment and a rezoning and what the process would be to hear them concurrently. That's it.
Okay. And now I'll ask for Chinitha to do a roll call of members to record their individual votes to approve the minutes.
Okay, this is for May 11th. I mean 12th. I'm sorry, May 12th.
Yes. And a note that Commissioner Miller had to leave the meeting.
If someone would like to make a motion to approve all 3 sets of minutes with that one amendment to the one, we'll just have one vote rather than 3. We're running out of time.
Well, I didn't see there being 3, but I'll amend my motion to approve all 3 sets of minutes.
With the amendment from Commissioner Fox.
All righty. And Commissioner Bennett, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Fox?
Aye.
Commissioner Lampman?
Aye.
Let me see. And McIntosh, she dropped off?
No, I'm here.
Okay. All right. I can't see it. Oh, lost my spot. All right. Commissioner McIntosh?
Aye.
All right. Commissioner Miller?
She had to leave the meeting.
Oh, that's I apologize. All right. Commissioner O'Haver?
Aye.
And Chair Tomasello?
Aye. All right, the minutes pass unanimously. And I think that that pretty much brings us to a close. There is a report from the planning director. I believe the one thing that Mr. Bowers wanted to state was about the equity study. And so it sounds like we'll hear that a lot more thoroughly next meeting, which we'll have a designated half hour for if needed. And did you have anything else quickly, Ken, that you wanted to add?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you everyone very much. Really appreciate your patience today. And look forward to seeing you next Tuesday, June 30th.
Good job, Matt. Thanks.